Wow, I'm signing up now.
Talent Pavilion at Singapore FinTech Festival 8th to 12th November. Don't miss it.
The future of 2030 will look like for us, especially as workers.
That out, we must first understand the drivers of skills, which are long-term structural trends.
Most tech-enabled financial hubs in the world.
There's a lot of collaboration seen where fintech is propelling the demand of the services of fintech.
Necessarily buy the underlying IP rights.
My job is to help people excel at work.
And moving talent and
The hackathon is a good starting point to address and meet the emerging needs.
Congratulations, Team Sentinel! You are our champion of the podcast.
Wow, I'm signing up now.
Talent Pavilion at Singapore FinTech Festival 8th to 12th November. Don't miss it.
The future of 2030 will look like for us, especially as workers.
That out, we must first understand the drivers of skills, which are long-term structural trends.
Most tech-enabled financial hubs in the world.
There's a lot of collaboration seen where fintech is propelling the demand of the services of fintech.
Necessarily buy the underlying IP rights.
My job is to help people excel at work.
and moving talent and
The hackathon is a good starting point to address and meet the emerging needs.
Congratulations, Team Sentinel! You are our champion of the Pavilion.
Wow, I'm signing up now.
Talent Pavilion at Singapore FinTech Festival 8th to 12th November. Don't miss it.
The future of 2030 will look like for us, especially as workers.
That out, we must first understand the drivers of skills, which are long-term structural trends.
Most tech-enabled financial hubs in the world.
There's a lot of collaboration seen where fintech is propelling the demand of the services of fintech.
Necessarily buy the underlying IP rights.
My job is to help people excel at work.
and moving talent and
The hackathon is a good starting point to address and meet the emerging needs.
Congratulations, Team Sentinel! You are our champion of the Pavilion.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Quang Chung. I'm a research fellow from the Singapore Blockchain Innovation Program. Today, I'm happy to be here and introduce with you about our automatic security auditing solution for blockchain smart contracts. So all of us know about blockchain and how successfully it's transformed the industries. So the market size of blockchain is estimated to be about over 160 billion by 2029, and the success of blockchain is made by its technology to allow users to use a platform for securing, recording, and sharing transaction data, and users can implement smart contracts to implement the business applications. And however, the smart contracts are written by developers, so it's prone to human mistake. And in the past, there are many hacks happen, and it caused a catastrophic financial loss in blockchain space. Up to date, there's about $12 billion losses because of security hacks in blockchain smart contracts. And the existing solution now, the first companies, when they develop the blockchain solution, they will try to manually audit their code. And the qualities of manually auditing is depend on the expertise of the auditors. The second solution providing by the company now is to use semiotic solution. That means the company is going to use an analysis tool combined with expert review and to check the code. And that is a solution given by companies like Certic, runtime verification, Quantstamp. However, these solutions are slow. They often take a few weeks to complete the auditing, and they are also expensive. The company can charge to like 50K or 100K per project. And also they focus mostly on the Ethereum blockchains, not to mention other blockchains like Solana or Cosmos. So that's why in this project we aim to provide an automatic verification solution for blockchain smart contracts. We deploy our service on cloud, and then user can just upload their contract and to find the bug. Our service can find the bug like within a few minutes, and the current testing show that the accuracy is about 90%. We can also verify the business logics. So when you implement the smart contract projects, you need to follow some business scenarios. You can specify what you want to implement, and our tool can check if your implementation actually follows the designs. And lastly, we also support multiple blockchain families, not only Ethereum, but also like Hyperledger Fabric, Solana, Cosmos. So to let you know more about our product, please take a look at the video.
Blockchains process billions of dollars every day, and the majority of applications and assets are processed and secured by smart contracts, code, and logic. When the code and logic malfunction or have hidden vulnerabilities, there will always be hackers taking advantage, leading to catastrophic financial loss to users. Take one example from this hacking on the news, which costs more than $50 million. So, how can the owner prevent this? The answer is simple. The owner can put their code into our machine-aided security assessment system, click a button to analyze, and have a cup of coffee. Before they finish their cup of coffee, we have found the bug and alerted them to fix. Millions of dollars can be saved just as simply as that. The assessment can be completed as short as the length of this video. Convenience, speed, and security are what we offer.
Yeah, so that is our current product, and currently we are support multiple bug types in the Ethereum blockchains, like the re-entrancy bug. Re-entrancy is a famous bug that caused a hack, the DAO hack in 2016, and it still happened a lot recently. And also other bugs like the invalid access control, arithmetic bugs, and input validations, and so on. Yeah. So here is our technology stack for supporting bug finding. So we use the technology called abstract interpretation and fuzzing testing to find smart contract bugs, and formal verification and constraint solving to verify business logics. And to support multiple blockchain families, we compile them into the intermediate code using the compilations and program transformation technologies. So we study the market size of blockchain security and smart contract security for global blockchain security, the market size is about 2 billion Singapore dollars. In Asia, the blockchain security is about 600 million Singapore dollars. And for us, we're focusing on smart contract security in Singapore. So the launch market for us is about 20 million Singapore dollars. Because Singapore is a financial hub of the world, and there's about more than 500 companies doing blockchain in here. For the serviceable, obtainable market in Asia is about 100 million dollars on smart contract securities. And so currently we are doing pilot testing for Binance projects. We are testing with 2 projects, Venus and Celebration, running on Binance Smart Chains, and our findings are appreciated by the auditors. We also help the companies like Octava and Stochastic to audit their projects, and these projects are launched on chain now. So yeah, if you want to test your smart contracts, please feel free to contact us. So here's my email address. Yeah. So I hold here for a while so you can get the email address if you want to get the free context auditing. Yeah. So here is our roadmap. Currently, we are working at SBIP. Our project started last year, and we are developing the MVP for finding security bugs and verify business logics. At the same time, we are incubated at NUS, and we aim to, currently we are pilot testing with the company and aim to spin off at the end of the year. Yeah. So in the future, currently we are offering the bug verification, find bugs and verify business logics. Later on, we can develop the automatic repair to fix the bug in smart contracts, and also apply machine learning and AI to have to speed up the bug repair and business logic verifications, and also extend to verify and find bugs in the metaverse applications, and also monitor the transaction in blockchains. So here is our team. So we have myself and my colleagues. We are both working at blockchain security at Singapore Blockchain Innovation Programs, and we are advised by Prof. Oi Beng Chin, who is a lead PI of the blockchain of the SBIP program. Yeah. Yeah. So you have watched the video. So here's a screenshot of our product. Like when the user upload their smart contracts, they can click on the analyze button, and then we can report the bug. So here is summaries of the screenshot. Yeah, please feel free to contact us and get a free auditing of your smart contracts. Yeah, to sum up, so we are targeting a very important problem, blockchain security, and a very big market. And we are offering the highly automatic and accurate solutions. And our solutions are tested on real projects and appreciated by the companies. And we have a strong team with solid background. Yeah. Thank you for your attention.
I just take the mic? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. So I'm Dumitru Login. I'm a research assistant professor in School of Computing NUS, and I'm also part of the Singapore Blockchain Innovation Program, or SBIP for short. My colleague Dr. Trung already mentioned about SBIP. So let me first tell you a bit more about SBIP and maybe how SBIP can help you enhance your knowledge in the blockchain space. And also, who knows, maybe you are interested to join us and be one of our engineers or researchers. So SBIP, Singapore Blockchain Innovation Program, is a nationwide collaboration funded by NRF, but involving multiple higher learning institutes in Singapore like NUS, NTU, SUTD, also A-Star, SMU. Okay, so we have co-PIs from all these institutions, but the actual program is hosted by NUS, so all our engineers are part of NUS. We have a team of about 10 engineers and 10 researchers, so in total 20 technical people working on blockchain projects. We also have a business development team interacting with companies and people interested to apply blockchain technology. Okay. And of course, we are continuously looking for talent. If you want to have a career in the blockchain area, maybe you can start with, let's say, you can start as a research assistant in the blockchain area, or maybe a junior engineer, right? So you can visit our website, which is sbip.sg, right? And we have a section for careers. If you are interested, you can apply. If you want to further develop your blockchain knowledge, we have a series of seminars and workshops. You can see some of our past events on our webpage. And for some of these events, we have the videos, right? You can watch them. We also have some open source code for tutorials if you want to try some of our stuff. For example, blockchain interoperability, right? You can check out our tutorials. Okay. So today we are presenting to you 3 of our projects. So Trung presented the Veras project in smart contract verification and auditing. I'm going to present the ISTAS Web3 asset marketplace, and later my colleague Dr. Yun Cheng will present the TestSign, which is document signing and verification on blockchain. Okay, so who knows, maybe if you are interested to work with us on these projects, you can feel free to send us an email, or maybe just talk to us after this event. Okay, so ISTAS is an asset marketplace for Web 3.0. How we started this project? We actually started with the industrial robotics use case in mind. We worked with some of our colleagues from the research in robotics and engineering in the robotics space, and we realized that the industrial robotic market is a fragmented market with higher barrier to entry. What this means is that let's say small companies that want to use industrial robots, they have to buy those robots, and they are very expensive. They can be more than $1 million, for example. So it's quite hard for them to use these robots, right? They also need a high expertise to operate these robots, okay? And on the other hand, there may be investors that are interested to invest in such expensive items, right? So why not the investors can invest and support these companies to buy such industrial robots. Then the company will operate them, will do their business, right? And then slowly they will repay the investors. And we also observe the same idea in the medical imaging devices. They are also very expensive devices, and for example private clinics, they may not be able to afford such devices. So we can apply the same idea, build a Web3 based marketplace in order to connect investors with companies and also with the solution providers. So our solution is based on blockchain or distributed ledger technology, which sometimes we use these terms interchangeably, although there are some differences. Okay, so we have a platform based on blockchain, right? And then we connect 4 types of parties, right? We have the business users, the company. They want to use these expensive items such as the industrial robots, but they may not have enough funds to buy them, okay? But they are willing to pay for the work done by these devices. On the other hand, we have the solution providers, right? They can produce these expensive and customizable devices, and using this platform, they can have access to another market, right? And also access to investors. Investors, on the other hand, they are interested to invest into such expensive items, and of course over time they will make some profit while the business is using these devices. And of course we can also have like third-party providers. These are smaller providers providing some components or services. They don't do the entire solution. They just provide some of the services and components for the solution. And of course, through this platform, they can get access to some income flow. Okay. And why do we want to use blockchain? One reason is auditability. Using blockchain, we can actually make sure we have a proper flow of value, okay? Proper flow of tokens. I mean, even if we use cryptocurrency, or maybe if we use stable coins, for example, to finance these devices, blockchain is a good way to keep track of this flow of value, okay? Then we can also use some of the interoperability projects that we developed in SBIP, right? In order to connect different blockchains. Maybe the company is using one type of blockchain, the investors another type, and so on. But we have our own solution to do the interoperability. Okay, and also using the blockchain, we can keep track of the devices if they are doing the actual work that they are supposed to do. And we have some technology that help us to do that. Okay, so we started this project last year. We had a first demo in November last year, a second demo in July, and now we are working towards the MVP. Okay, due to some of the time constraints, I'm not going to demo the project today, but we have an upcoming event. Actually, it's our second hackathon, and on the closing day of the hackathon, which is 13 January 2023, right? So next year in January, we will have a demo of this project. So feel free to register. I think it will also be broadcasted online, so you can also watch the demo online, or feel free to join us live for the event. Okay. So of course, you can find more details about our hackathon on our webpage, sbip.sg. Okay. But the idea is that in this in the current product, we support three kind of flows. Okay, and I'm going to show it here. The user is a business that want to use this kind of expensive devices. For example, the industrial robots, right? A company. The company will create a request for proposal, and then the solution providers will create a proposal matching the user requirements. Now, the user can browse through these proposals, and at some point in time, they will accept one of the proposals, okay? But they may not have enough funds, right, to buy the solution, so they will create a request for funding. This request for funding will be automatically visible to the investors, okay? Then, of course, the investors will see many requests for fundings from different users, okay? Then they may choose to fund some of them. Okay, so they will choose to fund. They will send the funds, and here is where we use the NFTs and tokens. When a solution is created, okay, we represent it as an NFT. Okay, and we also fractionalize it. So, for example, if the investors want to invest, one investor want to invest only 50%. In this solution, it's possible. So other investors can come and invest for the remaining 50%, and then the NFT will keep track of these investors, and in the end, they will, through the smart contracts, will make sure that we pay the investors according to their share. Okay. However, we don't distribute the funds directly to the solution provider once the investor invests. We keep them locked in a smart contract, okay, such that we wait for the fulfillment by the solution provider. So the solution provider now has the solution, will deliver it to the user, which is a business. Maybe the user is not very happy, so there will be like a loop. Maybe they need to improve the solution, fine-tune it, okay. Then once everything is okay, we will release the payment to the solution provider through the smart contract. And finally, the company is using the device, right, will generate income, and they will send the funds back to the investors through the smart contract, right? So Then, of course, we have some checks behind to see if the device really performed the work that it was supposed to perform, and then we'll dispense the funds to the investor. So this is the main idea, and currently we are working towards an MVP, and we hope to show you the demo on 13th of January. So yeah, feel free to join our event. So thank you very much for listening, and now I'm going to ask my colleague Dr. Yunjiang Wu to present the test sign. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is next, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Yun Cheng. I'm also a research assistant professor working in SBIP. Today, I'm very glad to present one of our project, which is called TestSign, on behalf of our team. TestSign is a next-generation signing app designed for Web3. It brings more trust to the digital world, empowered by the blockchain technology. As we know, online document signing is a huge market, and there are several online document signing services presented in recent years. For example, DocuSign, which is good, but it is not enough for a digital world. People in the digital world have special needs of privacy concerns, identity authentication, document verification, and future signing tools should care more about individual needs, especially under the Web3 era. Our solution, TestSign, is designed to address these problems, to bring more trust with the decentralized identity and verification mechanisms. First, users can sign and manage their documents effortlessly. For example, they can configure the signing workflow, track the document status, and so on. And second, TestSign ensures strong privacy protection. We highly respect users' privacy. We ensure that users' document is only visible to the expected signers. Others, including our platform, cannot visit users' documents. And third, it offers flexible authentication based on decentralized identity and verifiable credentials. This is to ensure that the signers are expected. For example, a customer can sign an online contract with a lawyer so that the signer can verify that the lawyer is indeed from a law association. Last but not least, TestSign offers smart verification. All the signing histories are stored on the blockchain, which is to provide transparent and traceable proofs for verification. And we further use AI technologies to enhance the verification by detecting some fraudulent activities. This is a brief architecture of TestSign. The components are either developed by our team or follow the industry standards. In particular, in the blockchain layer, we have our own enhanced version of permission blockchain based on Hyperledger Fabric, as well as our own verifiable databases. These are the technologies and patents used in this product based on our development and research in the last several years. This is a brief competitor analysis with some existing commercial products. For example, DocuSign, which is the most convenient product in the market, but its trust level is relatively low because of the problems I presented earlier. However, TestSign can offer us a much higher trust level based on the decentralized identity and blockchain technologies. Although our current platform is designed for document signing, the core technologies based on decentralized identity and the blockchain can enable digital identification of users crossing over the physical and virtual worlds. For example, it can enable the Web3 applications in social, gaming, education, and decentralized finance. Our project was started in the last year, and recently we have completed an MVP version. In the next stage, we plan to engage multiple parties to complete some product tests. And in the next year, we are going to do a spin-off preparation. So in summary, document signing is a huge and growing market, and our technologies form a core infrastructure for Web 3.0, and we have a good team with world-leading blockchain technology. So in the next, I would like to show a demo video for document creation and document signing.
Hello everyone, I'm Yun Cheng. Today I will show you the demo flow based on decentralized identity with one document owner and two signers. This is the dashboard of the owner, where we can view the past document cases. Here I create a new document case. The first step is to upload a PDF document and input the document case name. And we support two file sharing options, file hash check and DID. Today I only show the DID option. Here I already created the DIDs for both signers and owners. Then I paste the owner's DID here and click Next. Now I need to add signers. Suppose we have signer 1 with her email address and DID. Then similarly, we add the second signer. After that, we can specify whether there is a signing order. Here I set the order to let signer 2 sign first. The next step is to add signature boxes in the PDF as placeholders. We have two signers, so I will add two signature boxes here. We can differentiate the signers by different colors. Then we save and continue. Finally, we can review the document case and add a subject as well as a message. And this will finish the document creation step. Now let's go to signer 2's email. We receive a notification for signing. We can click Review and Sign and go to the signing page. Here we request the signer to decrypt the document. This is because TestSign encrypts the owner's document by each signer's DID public key.
Sorry. Yeah, I think. So that only this signer can view the document. We confirm the decryption and then we can see the document. We can draw a figure, import an image, or using embedded types to sign on the document. After that, we complete the signing action. Now the wallet pops up to ask for confirmation using our private key to sign. Now we go to signer 1's email and see the notification just now. We follow a similar step to decrypt the document.
And then we can see the signer 2's signature, and then signer 1 also signs and completes the signing action. So this will finish the signing step. And after that, the signer and the owner will receive a completion notification and can download the signed documents. Let's go back to the owner's dashboard. Now we can see that this document case is completed. And the owner can view the signing history, such as each signing action of the document case. This will be stored on the blockchain for transparency and traceability. You can also save this page as a certificate for future usage. So that's all for the demo. Thank you for watching.
Okay, so that's all for our demo. If you are interested, please feel free to drop us an email. Okay, thank you.
come on up to the Talent Pavilion booth. Join us here today for exciting topic conversation. Yeah. Without further ado, I guess I will just quickly introduce. My name is Herbert Sim, known as the Bitcoin Man. So I actually flew in all the way from London, specifically for this event, to be here in Singapore with you guys. So really happy and honored to be here on stage with my fellow panelists. Yeah, we're going to be talking about some controversial topics. Something that's going to be very exciting for the entire fintech community. So stay tuned for our conversation upcoming. Okay, so without further ado, I guess I will quickly introduce the topic. So it's about showcasing success stories of mid-career switchers in the fintech industry. So going into fintech, what is fintech exactly? So I guess everybody here is a fintech expert, but let me give a brief introduction. So fintech has been around for, I would say, for some time now, for the past close to 50 years, since 1970s, when the first when the first ATM came about, and then it moved towards digital banking in 1970s, and then only the start of digital banking only in 2014, right? And that's where we start to see fintech conferences opening up across the world, right? It was also during that time that Bitcoin was first developed. So as the Bitcoin man, obviously I have to give a background about Bitcoin. So first white paper about Bitcoin came about in 2008 by Satoshi Nakamoto, right? It created the decentralization of payment itself, right? So people could do cross-border payments across the world instantaneously, right? Like back then in 2010, like cross-border transactions were still taking days, maybe even weeks. So Bitcoin itself took 5 to 15 minutes. Then came about new cryptocurrencies like Ripple here, right? That was scaling up even faster. Yeah. So now the thing is, we have reached 2022 today, whereby now the whole entire world is starting to adopt Bitcoin and crypto in general, right? So we are seeing a lot of new people joining the industry without prior fintech experience, without prior crypto experience, right? It's a new industry. How do you get experience for something so new, right? So this is something we're going to discuss here today. I guess I'll pass the mic over to my fellow panelists to do a quick introduction first.
Hi, I'm Pei. I look after the recruitment here at Ripple, looking after the APAC and Middle East region. Ripple is a fintech. We're 10-year-old this year, headquartered in San Francisco with offices in more than 10 cities around the world. And very excited to be meeting you today. Happy Friday morning.
Hi, my name is Hansel. I'm actually overseeing the risk and compliance for Task Connect. And Task Connect is actually a wholly owned subsidiary of Standard Chartered and through our venture capital arm. So I think basically most of the time my past experience is actually with the banking industry. Now I'm actually in the fintech segment. Thank you.
So I guess we're very excited to get into the questions, right? Okay, so to my fellow panelists here, so what were you doing previously before fintech?
I'll start first. Yeah. I started my career 15 years ago as an accountant, actually. So I did 8 years of accounting, got my chartered accounting, but realized that I actually don't enjoy balancing books. So I decided to quit without a job. And while I was serving notice, I was thinking through what is going to be my next career. But I know that I didn't want to do accounting anymore, but I knew that I was good at people. I was good working with people, at hiring people for my team. And hence I chose recruitment as a journey. So then joined a recruiting agency and then went in-house doing recruitment for banks, tech companies, and now fintech. Really enjoy helping people find their dream jobs here.
Well, basically, my corporate experience actually revolved around various risk management disciplines, as well as ESG, and also in terms of investment risks. including corporate investment as well. So basically, that's actually covering across various financial sectors, private equity investment, as well as consulting arm as well. So basically, as what I mentioned earlier on, primarily most of the time I spent my careers throughout the financial services. Now I'm actually transiting toward fintech, although we are still owned by Standard Chartered. Yep.
Okay. So very impressive panelists here beside me today. Yeah. So I guess for the panelists is like, what does those skills that you have acquired over the years, how does this actually value add to this fintech sector and industry? Yeah.
I think first and foremost is communication skills. If you think about it, in this fintech industry, many of these employers are international players. So you may have got offices all around the world. Think about an engineering team in India, a product team in London, and your sales team out in the US. How are you based in Singapore in front of a TV of your screen being able to convince and communicate with your internal stakeholders effectively? Secondly is problem-solving skills. This industry is kind of ever-changing, so the problems that we face doesn't necessarily have a solution to it, many of which are unprecedented. So how are you able to address these problems by dissecting it and coming to the table with solution? Our CEO is always very candid in sharing, right? If you're going to bring the poop, bring the scoop as well. So, coming to the table with interesting ideas and solution will definitely help one succeed.
Hansel?
Well, coming from the regulated environment, I think it's actually quite typical for us to ensure we are able to instill the right culture and also the right risk discipline actually being implemented. Now, coming from the banking background and financial services, this is why it's actually quite natural for us to bring the previous experience and what is actually required into the fintech industry. But of course, why governance and risk management is also important, because I'm sure all of us have actually witnessed or heard various unfortunate cases, whether it's because of a corporate scandal, and that is why the role of risk management is actually pretty important in the financial services sector as well as the fintech.
So maybe I'll weigh in on this as well. So I've been in this industry since 2010, but I start seeing an explosion in specifically blockchain 2017 December onwards, when Bitcoin actually shot up from like a couple $100 to $1,000, right? No, to $20,000 all within 1 month. Suddenly the whole industry came alive, right? And there was massive hiring required. Right, so like many companies from maybe 50, 100 employees, they need to scale up to 1,000 maybe within a couple months, right? So the thing now is the people that they bring on board had no experience about crypto, right? So that became a bit of a problem, right, HR. So the thing now is, how was HR then coping with it? So from what I see was, every department itself, be it marketing, they were hiring basically traditional marketers, digital marketers to fill the spot, and they knew nothing about crypto, for example, right? But they were coping as they went along. So I think within the company there were a lot of talks and teaching, like everybody what crypto is, doing small educational talks within the company itself. And then like the events team just had to focus on events, right? Logistics do their logistics, HR do their hunting, finance do their finance. So all in all, they didn't really need to know the industry specifically. It's more like the CEO that's steering and directing them around, right? Yeah.
Actually, to your point to that, right? Like people would usually get a lot of these jobs using the skill sets that they've acquired that are industry agnostic to begin with. But when they do join the organization, it's just really getting through the doors, and this is when the challenge begins. You then take an active initiative to bridge the gap in terms of your industry knowledge by attending courses available externally. Workforce Singapore does run really great, effective courses. Internally, the organizations also may arrange for brown bag sessions just to keep their employees abreast of industry development.
So that we are here at the Talent Pavilion, you have to reach out to the existing resources that are available. Yeah. So speak to the event organizers for this booth later here to find out more. Yeah. So okay, now back to that. So could you actually share with us some of the challenges that you face in the industry and how you actually overcome it in fintech industry?
I think in fintech industry, we would, people is always boundless. There will always be interest from a lot of people, but the challenge that we are facing is about finding the right people for the right jobs. Now, there's always interest because fintech is interesting, it's lucrative, it's trending at the moment. But the question is, do people have the right intentions to be moving this industry? It's a really fast-paced and dynamic environment, but does it actually suit your personality, your career aspirations as well? So from an employer standpoint, we needed to find unicorns who's able to bring the company to the next level. So how does that come through? For example, if I'm hiring a business development manager right now, this person would probably have to touch a lot on product, cover customer service to make sure that we've got the right resources available once the product comes to market, monetization strategies, as well as engineering support to be able to bring this product to market. So, this person is no longer just looking at BD. We really need to be understanding the whole ecosystem and be able to add value to the organization.
Well, in my case, some of the key areas that we are looking at is actually ESG, for example, because TaskConnect is actually a trade and supply chain platform. Now, how do we continue to ensure that we're able to support the financial sectors and non-financial sectors with regards to ESG? It is quite key for us because especially when we try to harmonize and also bring together all the ESG agenda. Now, we know very well MAS has actually launched the Green Print project. That is because we know very well the industry have the limitation challenges with regards to ESG data. Now, in our case, what we want to do is also to ensure we are able to implement the standards, which is actually being passed down by the regulators or even the standard status. Now, I can tell you clearly, how do we need to overcome some of the ESG standards? I can share with you, for example, ESG cutting across globally, we have more than 23 standards. How do we comply with that? So these are some of the key challenges, between Asia, EU, and also US countries. How do you want to ensure the consistency with regards to data enrichment, data quality for ESG perspective? I know everyone talk about ESG scope 3, but ESG is not just about scope 3. ESG is also about ensuring the comprehensiveness in terms of integrating the environmental pillar, social and governance pillar. So these are some of the key areas we are looking, and we are consistently working with our industry partners to harness technology and data and how we can advance green finance as well as ESG ecosystem. Yeah.
I like how Hansel is bringing in the a little more American westernized angle. So, working at Huopi, actually like a Chinese company, right? So I was actually based in Beijing for a year there. So one of the challenges, I guess, that was that I face, or all the employees face, but it's very hush-hush, nobody talks about it, is the long working hours. And the industry moves super fast, Every day, every week at least, a new regulations come about. And suddenly, like example, I was in China, suddenly there was a blanket ban across the country banning crypto in general. And your company is about crypto, what's gonna happen? You have to shut down, right? So like one day, like you just wake up, come to office, and then you see everybody running about, panicking. Like packing up their stuff and like getting ready to run or something, right? And you have regulators in your office. That is how fast the industry moves, right? And the thing is, back in the day, I was working almost 18, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think it's not very sustainable, right? Like ESG standards and all, it's not compliant at all. But the thing is, that is how the industry is, and you just have to adapt or die, right? So the thing now is, the American culture, I would say it's like more work-life balance, right? I don't know how Ripple is, maybe you can share. But the thing is, the fact is 2013 to 2017, the whole entire world's trading volume of crypto was all from China. And it was all Chinese companies, right? So you have to adapt to the Chinese environment. If not, you just die, right? Like some of the biggest booths here today are actually all Chinese or started Chinese company, right? From the likes of like OKCoin, OKEX, right? There's Huobi, even Binance founders is Chinese. Changpeng Zhao, right? So the thing now is you see a very interesting geopolitical angle of all the big, like on the macro level, macroeconomical level, you see all the different companies that are coming in. So I guess in the HR angle is how do we actually plug talents into these companies, right? And see how they gel and fit. So I guess the HR's job is very, very important. Yeah.
I think the HR's job is really important, especially when we look at us being gatekeepers of the organization to future-proof it, right? It's no longer about passing CVs around and say like, hey, this person has the skill sets. It's also about helping candidates to ensure that they have a great candidate experience, for them to understand more about the organization that they're interviewing with, and seeing how this will be in line with their career aspirations. Because you know, this day and age when you're interviewing, it's not, it's a candidate's market. It's also for the candidates to assess whether they want to work for the organization. Us as employers will need to see how these individuals have the right transferable skills and mindset in order to be able to succeed in an organization like ours. And actually, to your point, right, Ripple is an American organization. We really focus about looking after our people and really take good care of them. We've got best-in-class medical benefits, health care for the people. But I think what is most important is then the expectations being able to not just be good, but be excellent.
Wow, I want to work at Ripple now.
You're welcome.
Likewise.
My email is up there.
Okay. So like, I actually want my, I'm trying to poke my panelists here to share more deep, dark secrets, you know, not the very, you know, politically correct answers, but go deeper, right? So I guess, could you share like some of the threats you see for the industry in general? Go deeper, you know?
Frankly, I think it's more about the negative perception in the fintech and venture industry, right? I think, as what I mentioned earlier on, the corporate scandals of late, you know, financial irregularities, you know, that has actually dampened the confidence of various investors and even partners. So what we are seeing right now is, you know, why, for example, in our case, why risk governance is so important, because our parent company is a regulated entity, and we are also required to ensure we uphold the right regulatory expectation. So similarly, even if a fintech is actually regulated or non-regulated, we also strive to uphold the regulatory expectation, especially when we talk about risk management and compliance. Because the last thing we want to happen is how the perception of the particular company will be tainted. That's the last thing we want that to happen. And you know, the funds that the shareholders has actually invested in some of these ventures, you know, is actually being taken away. You know, so this is something. It shows that the ventures firms is actually not being responsible. So this is something what we try to restore the confidence, and also to preserve the public trust and confidence at the end of the day. And how do we continue to work closely with the regulators in understanding what are the leading practices, how can we continue to build a forum or an association to discuss the best practices for risk management in the fintech industry as well.
Yeah, with Ripple, we are really at the forefront of finance, you know, creating solutions to address a lot of real-world problems. So think about 10 years ago, who would really expect that right now you're going to buy your next cup of coffee with your watch or with your facial recognition or even with crypto? This is something that you wouldn't expect 10 years back. But right now, there are huge opportunities ahead in terms of what will come. it is absolutely boundless. But what is important is without people, you won't be able to build products, you won't be able to market a business and bring it to the market and scale it as well. So what is most important is to be able to shift your mindset to be able to look ahead. We're looking at thinking about 1 or 2 or even 3 steps ahead and being agile to be able to fulfill these ever-changing requirements in this industry. Secondly is actually market volatility as well, especially with crypto and blockchain. Everyone says we're going through crypto winter at the moment, but who's to say, after winter, spring is coming as well. So if you look at it from an employer's perspective, how do we want to, as a good employer, be able to secure the jobs of our people? During crypto winter, be financially strong to protect our employees, to protect our shareholders, but during the boom time as well, to have a sustainable rate of growth.
Okay, I guess some of the threats that we're seeing, obviously, like Hansel brought up earlier, it's about the perception of the industry. I think at the very start, everybody thinks crypto is a scam. Bitcoin's a scam, right? And according to the media, Bitcoin has died 10,000 times already today, right? But today it's still hovering at $20,000. So now the thing is, that is one thing that obviously the HR have to cope with as well. You have new employees coming in and like, what's crypto? Is crypto a scam? Then you're like, oh, this is obviously not a fit. Maybe.
Yeah, so I think a quick advice for people that would want to move into this industry, you really have to do your homework. I can't mention how many times I've said in interviews asking, what do you know about Ripple? What do you know about crypto or blockchain? They're like, I don't know, why don't you tell me? So if you are interested in this industry, do some research to understand how it fits towards what you need and what you want, and then embark on that journey.
Yeah, you're right. So there's actually a lot of education required for the people out there, because they just do a Google and then they'll see oh, it's a scam, right? And on big news portals from the likes of Forbes and all, saying there's a scam. So when you join a company, you're like, oh no, what am I getting myself into, right? Even actually Ripple is tackling regulations with SEC in America, right? So when people read it, they might be like, oh, what's going on? But little do they know the fundamental technology behind the company, right? It's legitimate, and they're fighting the headwinds and regulators in many different countries to push forth this legitimate tech, right? So this is a threat for the industry as a whole, right? When regulators don't see eye to eye with regards, and if they start clamping down on the industry. So far we are in a very good country in Singapore, where the regulators are very careful not to over-regulate, right, to suppress innovation, right? In fact, they're very pro-innovation, and I'm very proud to say I'm Singaporean as well. Yeah. So far, the government has always been very proactive in this sector, specifically fintech. That's why if you see in the past couple years, Singapore has been flourishing. We are the Antioch of the entire Asia as a fintech city, right? So that's something I'm very proud of. So I guess, Hansel, do you want to share more insights about other challenges, maybe about disruptions you possibly see in the future?
Disruption, that's very much likely going to be IT security, cyber security, ransomware, all those things, right? Threats towards the fintech industry will never die down. Right, it will continue to, I'm sure all the hackers will continue to find ways, to find their own innovative ways, to come in and attack the rest of the fintech platforms. That is something whereby all fintech vendors or even ventures, they will need to continue to upskill their IT security or cyber security lens. Now, I think having said that, some companies, I'm sure a lot of companies are also ISO 27001 certified, but what does that mean? But at the end of the day, these firms are also being attacked, and they were not spared at the end of the day. But we shouldn't let down our guard with regards to IT security and cyber security lens. So this is actually an ongoing threat. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we are coming towards the end already. So let's talk about the future. What do you see the future of the industry of fintech, the opportunities, possibly developments and innovations within this space? Or maybe today here at a conference, you might have walked past some, upcoming ones,
Maybe let me just give you a bit of macro lens. I think the size of the global fintech was somewhere around 100 billion in 2020. Now we are also looking at the CAGR of 20.5%, whereby most fintech will likely be able to reach close to about 700 billion in 2030, right? Now, aside from that, businesses and individuals are also increasingly adopting, financial technology, regardless of whether it's a wallet, payment, digital asset, tokenization, or even digital trade and supply chain. But then again, this fintech revolution, will continue to evolve, and it will also help some of the fintech and ventures to continue to access better capital along the way, and also help to drive more and faster transactions, as well as in terms of financial wellness and inclusion. Now, coming closer back to home, ASEAN itself, if we were to look at data center in 2019, I think they have actually registered close to about 1.9 billion in ASEAN alone. And we are also projecting data center to continue to grow by 2024, maybe around close to 3 billion, right? And of course, given the fact of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, we are likely going to project the growth of technology to reach about 140 to 150 billion by 2025 or 2026.
Anything?
I definitely hope that this industry gives more opportunities to the younger people as well. So at Ripple, we do have an initiative with NUS called the UBRI, really to fund research on fintech and new products that will help benefit the world. And with that will give more job opportunities to locals and to foreign talent that is also looking to embark on their career here in the region. So yes, hopefully that will bring forth a more financial inclusion as well as an efficient financial system.
I guess one of the other things for the foreseeable future in fintech is, I guess, we all know Facebook changed their name to Meta, right? And we are already seeing this small disruption in inching its way into the industry with Metaverse itself. So if you actually see some of the booths here, you would already see the banks, right, trying to integrate Metaverse into the fintech world. So I think that's something very interesting to look out for. Yeah, I think maybe even Ripple in the near future as well. Yeah. So the thing now is, it's a very, very exciting space to be in. Now, I guess what are to my panelists here, what would you advise for the upcoming generations to come? What kind of skill sets they should have, right, to be equipped for this industry itself? So like we see here, 20,000 delegates here, right? And obviously many hopeful students that want to join as well. So what will you advise them, which probably faculty to go into in university?
I think I'll first talk about soft skills. To be able to survive and thrive in this environment is just one word: grit, grit, and grit. So how are you be able to be resilient against all the challenges that stack up against you, whether is it internal challenges or external market conditions? Secondly, if you are going to be looking for a course to take in a university, it really doesn't really matter. So for example, a business management can move into an accounting role or a sales role. So it's not so much about courses specifically, it's more about where your passion lies. Because if you truly believe and love what you do, you will excel in it. Of course, you can use it in different environments, be it in fintech, in biotech, or anything of that sort. But whatever you choose, be really good at it, and so that you can excel.
Well, Pei has actually nailed it, right? So I think at the end of the day, where I'm coming from is do your research, do your homework, find out what do you want to do, and is this something what you want to do, and try to acquire the right knowledge and see whether how best can that knowledge, help you to gain into the fintech industry. But like I said, at the end of the day, anyone can just move to the fintech industry. Nothing can stop them.
Yeah, so actually I was listening to Anthony Tan, the CEO of Grab, speaking yesterday. In fact, he was touching specifically on this subject, find what you're passionate for and then run towards it. And then obviously finances, income will follow, right? Because you need to dedicate your time, effort and mental, everything towards your job. And obviously, if you're passionate about it, the finances will eventually follow. So the thing now is, if you see fintech is something you're passionate for, and if you're here, for example, and you're looking out, metaverse is a new big thing, right? Start educating yourself about metaverse, for example, right? And then obviously the passion, the finances also will follow you, right? So I guess we've reached the end. I guess anybody here, if you have questions, please raise your hand. We'll have someone pass the mic to you. Yeah? Any questions at all for our panelists? It's your chance to score some points with Ripple, for example. The HR is here. Okay, I guess, anyone? Maybe from, like I see Ripple team here as well. Okay. Or any for Hansel, perhaps? SC Ventures, if you're looking for funding, for example. Yeah. Okay, maybe I have a question, okay? So how do promising people looking to enter the industry, what can they do exactly? Like any tips for them for entering the industry as a fresh graduate?
I think definitely two things: learn. So like once you get a job, it doesn't mean that you're gonna end there at the end of your career destination as well. So it's really just the beginning of your career. You would, once you get through the doors, want to improve on what your technical skill sets are and also understand more about the ecosystem that you operate within. And that's where you will be able to add more value to the organization and increase your personal market value.
I'm going to leave that to our HR specialists to conquer the whole thing.
Okay, yeah.
Just a question maybe to Ripple. You touch a lot on fresh grade. Is there any advice for mid-careers, switchers? Yeah. What are you looking out for when you are hiring mid-career switchers?
I am definitely looking for someone with the right motivations and skill sets and the agility to learn. So skill sets wise, for example, if I'm hiring for an accounting role or a marketeer, this person should have the ground fundamentals of what the job entails. Second piece is, do you have interest in crypto, blockchain, and payments? If you do, what are you doing in order to gain more experience and knowledge about it? Thirdly is, what do you think about the company? Because is this company's vision, leadership, values, is it in line with yours? And that's it. There is also that resilience because interviewing at Ripple does take time because we really focus on hiring the best people and the right people for the job. So during the interview process, please prepare for it because you're not just talking to your hiring managers nowadays when you interview for jobs. You're hiring with the cross-functional teams, your hiring manager, your peers, your direct reports. How are you as an individual be able to share what your value proposition is and share how you can contribute to the organization and team is very important.
Maybe if you don't mind, I can just add on, just for real experience, we have been hiring some people at our end. Typically, it takes on average more than 3 months, right? We do have a lot of applicants, but we just have to find the right individual who also have the right commitment, the right personality, and how can they be able to fit into our right culture. Just a bit of sharing from our side.
Maybe for Ripple and for SC Ventures, right? Would you be able to share what is the typical working cultures like? Company cultures. Yeah.
Company culture.
Company cultures. Well, to be straightforward, I mean, we are not a huge entity at the end of the day, right? Fintech has been fintech, and our culture is actually quite straightforward, quite lean, and of course, it's actually more on people engaging people. I think that really matters, and we try to have meeting face to face, especially now if you can. We try to have more meetings, and if it's required, I think having the personal touch, we are able to really understand our counterparties and the facial expression will also tell us, how are they communicating their points, and do they mean it or they don't mean it, and these are some of areas that we are looking at. The cultures that we are practicing is more about face to face. Given the fact that because the entity is not huge, not like the large MNC, like those days, but then again, it doesn't stop us. So at the end of the day, you can see that how the relationship will be closer, and then there will be more knowledge sharing at the end of the day. So that's a culture from the fintech lens. I mean, from my perspective as well. Yeah.
At Ripple, we've got quite a few values, but some that really resonate with me would firstly be say it. So at Ripple, we really focus a lot on transparency, that openness, so that leadership will be able to share with us what their direction is. On a weekly basis, we hold company meetings, and so it gives the leadership accountability towards the people, towards what we're doing, how is it in line with the direction of the organization, what would you do to impact that direction as well. Secondly would actually be live it. We work hard and play hard at the same time. Many of our employees are not just colleagues, they're also friends socially, and spend time together building a strong team as well, so that when challenges does come, you know that you've got a strong team and spirit to be able to fight for it.
I personally like, like you mentioned about the soft skills, right? I like a team player. So in Singapore context, they say like some will cao ging, right? Oh man, that kind of people is like bad for the whole entire team itself, right? The how people gel together. So I guess that's one of the main things I look out for is team player. So everybody would have the skill sets, education, but what makes the difference between each person is how they gel with each other. Yeah. Next
Hi.
question.
Yeah, to write on this gentleman questions as a mid-career switcher, always curious about what are the chances for the banks or the companies in the fintech to hire the talent from non-fintech or banking industries background?
Oh, absolutely. Just to give you an example, I've actually hired a salesperson from an advertising industry and to join us. This person has never worked for a bank, has never worked for a tech company, but how did it happen? This person, during the interview process, was able to complete a 30 minutes case study presenting to a panel about Ripple's products and its ecosystem, all through Googling, all through information from the public domain. So it really boils down to you understanding what the skill sets you have and making that extra effort to do the right research to demonstrate your value proposition.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we've run out of time already. Thank you everybody for staying through with us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We'll just let the rest of them slowly trickle in as I continue with the session. Okay, so don't worry, my session is 20 minutes, but it's not just going to be me speaking. I have a special guest speaker. I will introduce him later. But first, let me go into what this 20-minute session will look like. Okay, so for the first 5 minutes, I'm just going to give an introduction about who we are, Workforce Singapore, as well as what the Career Conversion Program even is. Okay, oops, sorry. Then after that, I will invite our special guest speaker up on stage, and we will find out more from him about, how does an employer or even a job seeker benefit from the Career Conversion Program. And then, of course, we will leave you with some next steps. If you're keen, if you like what you're hearing today, this is what you can do. Okay, so my name is Karine. I think I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm from Workforce Singapore. We are a state board under the Ministry of Manpower, and we oversee the transformation of the local workforce and industry to meet ongoing economic challenges. Okay, so we are a state board, and the Career Conversion Program is one of the key programs that we administer. So let me just jump right into this Career Conversion Program that I keep talking about. What exactly is it? So generally, the big picture idea of the Career Conversion Program is that if a company or an employer hires a new Singaporean employee or has an existing employee that they would like to reskill, they can actually put that individual through on-the-job training as well as structured classroom training, and that individual will then be reskilled into a new job role. So this is what the process of career conversion looks like. And of course, throughout this entire process here that's represented by these arrows and icons, there's of course certain government support and funding provided. So what is the government support and funding? So if I'm talking to the employers here today, this is roughly what you can look forward to if you consider hiring a career switcher, or if you are looking to reskill an existing employee within your organization. So the bulk of the funding actually comes from what we call salary support. So salary support is the first row in orange here. Minimally, we fund 70% of salary support. But if you are looking to hire or reskill a mature Singapore citizen or someone who has been unemployed for 6 months or longer, the salary support actually goes up to 90%. So this is 90% of their monthly salary. Now you can see that there are caps here as well, 4,000 and 6,000 respectively. These caps apply to the maximum payout for each month that we will fund. Okay, of course, if there are classroom training courses required under this program in order to perhaps train the individual formally or certify them, then there's also cost fee grant funding by various agencies in Singapore's continuing education and training landscape. So for instance, Skills Future Singapore funds a ton of courses, IMDA as well. Okay, and if you're wondering, okay, that sounds great in theory, but has this actually been done? Well, I'm pleased to tell you that it has, and actually has been going on for quite a few years. This is our track record for career conversion programs thus far. This is information as of 2022. So since 2016, when we rolled this program out, we have actually placed 39,000 individuals under this program, which means we've reskilled 39,000 individuals under this program. This is about 5,000 people getting hired under this program annually on average. And the good news is that 90% of the individuals who are reskilled or placed under this program remain with their employer after 18 months. So this is a program that has seen good traction. Okay, my next slide here is a little bit busy, and the font is a bit small, but basically what I'm trying to say here is that we have a wide variety of career conversion programs that can meet your needs. So basically I just kept saying career conversion program just now, but actually there are different career conversion programs for different job roles, for different tracks, because different job roles require different types of training and different duration of training. So if you're an employer, the way to look at this is look at the colored areas, the colored like arrows, and think about, what are the job roles that I'm hiring right now? Do they match any of these programs? Perhaps this is something that I could consider. And if you're a job seeker, you could also look at, what are some of these roles that I'm hoping to pivot into? Then that will be the career conversion program that you could possibly apply for. All right, so at this point in time, I have done enough talking. I'm going to invite our special guest speaker up. His name is Brian. He's a director at Methodology. So who is Methodology? Methodology is actually the program partner that administers WSG's career conversion program for experience design. Okay, so if you go back, you'll see that under UX UI at the bottom here, he's actually one of the program partners. So, Brian, can I invite you up, please?
Hello, everyone. Nice to have all of you here today.
So, Brian, thanks for joining us today. Could you just briefly introduce yourself and what your company does?
Okay, so my name is Brian. I'm the director and founder of Methodology. We're basically a design education company. So, for myself, I'm a teacher, visiting professor at some of the universities, as well as an experience and UX UI design professional with 25 years of experience. So very blessed to have been working very closely since 2019 with WSG to develop the career conversion program for UI and UX.
Thanks so much, Brian. And before we even jump into the details of the career conversion program, could you tell us why do you think experience design or UI UX is important in fintech?
Okay, so maybe fintech is a new industry, right? With lots of interest, with many people very excited to get in. But maybe if we look at an adjacent industry that's been around, but also quite similar, right? E-commerce. Okay, so maybe I can ask how many of you know how much money was lost in e-commerce with bad design? Does anybody want to make a guess? Anyone? Just shout out. Give me a number. How many? How many? 1 billion. 1 billion. Okay, good. Anyone else want to give a try? 1 trillion. Okay. Actually, the number is, somebody did the research. Okay, somebody smarter than I. He estimated 4 trillion with a T, right? That was lost in e-commerce due to bad design. Okay, so there's money on the table to be taken. So don't leave the money on the table. Right, so that's why it being a new industry, user experience designers are vital, right, to help people understand how to use the software, right? As I shared, because of poor design in e-commerce, money was lost, right? So that's why we really encourage anyone in the fintech industry to get some really good user experience designers on board.
Thanks so much, Brian. 4 trillion is a huge number.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know that before today. So now that we actually kind of have an understanding of the importance of UI UX in fintech, why do you think employers should consider participating in the career conversion program?
Okay. So of course, as Karen shared just now, there's a wonderful grant. But actually, the grant exists because there's a demand, right? There's a demand for this profession, these individuals of experience design, UI, UX, and there isn't enough people. That's the thing, you see. So with this career conversion program, it allows to employers, right, to hire people from relevant industries or relevant domains to get them to come over and to be part of this program, or to build this user experience design competence within their organization at a very economical way, if you'd like.
Thanks, Brian. And let's say if I'm a company and I'm actually looking to hire a UI UX designer and I'm open to hiring a career switcher, how do I go about finding career switchers to even hire under this program?
Okay, so the career conversion program, if we dive in a little bit more about it, focuses a lot on training people with the user experience and experience design skills. So companies can now hire people with, let's say, for example, if you are in a fintech website looking at doing a trading platform, okay, you could hire somebody with a banking background, right? That not necessarily has design experience, but someone that has experience in the banking domain. And then our program will actually train that person with the right skill sets, right? But you can then now focus on his or her attitude towards work, right? If this is the right person, that is a good fit in terms of your culture within your organization, right? So you can really focus on that and leave the skills to us, right, to the CCP program, where we will ensure that this person will have the right skills there.
Thank you. And I know you talked about a lot about the right skills earlier. So what is the training like under this program?
Okay. So the CCP program is 6 months, and you could split it generally about 80 to 20%, right? So 20% of the time will be spent on formal training. So they will attend lectures, they will, we work with our collaboration partner, which is NAFA, one of the local design IHLs here in Singapore, the Institute of Higher Learning. So they will help with the basic fundamentals of the skills. Then the other 80% is OJT, right, on the job training, where we feel that, you know, in this short period of 6 months, you can't quite get a full know-how translated. So the OJT portion is extremely important to fast-track the individual with the skills, right? And to support the OJT, we will also have monthly, we call it fireside gatherings with well-known industry mentors in the UX, UI, and experience design. And these mentors will actually help to coach this individual, right? So it's not just a training program, but there's exposure to the larger industry, meeting up with experienced designers to learn from them also as well.
Thank you. And since you have been our program partner for this career conversion program since 2019, that's
yes.
a good 3 years, do you have any examples to share with us of a company or any candidates who participated and what their journey was like?
Okay, so what's interesting is where would these candidates come from, right? So we have a couple of success stories. So the first one is an architect, right? So an architect who went on our program and converted into a, I would call it a logistics tech firm, right? So the last mile logistic tech firm, so he used to design spaces, buildings, right? But now he's designing apps and solutions and dashboards, right? So that's one example. So it's quite successful. He's since moved on to a more senior role. We have another success story of a designer that had a background from designing healthcare products, right? And then after that, he joined Experience Design UX UI consultancy. And you know, part of Experience Design also is not just about the app, right? It's about the brand, it's about the space, right? Where would the app be used at, right? What are the other factors, right? So he designed these experiences across many of the touch points for the company that he worked for, right? So these are two very good examples, and many of them actually have gone on to have very successful careers in this field. Yeah.
Exactly. Actually, a lot of job seekers are career switchers who have pretty good transferable skills from their previous experiences. So they just need to undergo the training under the career conversion program in order to be fully skilled. And finally, what advice would you give both employers and job seekers who are looking to participate in the career conversion program?
Okay. So the trick about the CCP, the career conversion program, is really to focus on what is the domain that you are operating in, right? So of course in fintech, you would probably be looking someone that has a financial background, right? Or a marketing and PR background. But you now want them to look at building better customer experiences for your fintech solution, for example. So because this person would have experience already in the financial domain, that is valuable and a valuable asset, right? That valuable knowledge beyond just improving the user experience for your solution, right? So if you're an employer, that's how I would suggest that you could focus on, but also be maybe a little bit patient, because sometimes this person is going to be coming over from a different industry and doing this design activity, so they may not be perfect at one time, but of course, rest assured, methodology will work very closely with the employer to make sure that this person will be a good fit, to your organization.
Thank you so much, Brian, for sharing your experience and insights. So this is the end of the interview component. Oh, sorry. This is the end of the interview component, but I will leave you with some next steps. So if you could scan this very big QR code here.
Big QR code,
Sorry,
yeah.
Brian.
No problem.
Yes, if you could scan this very big QR code here, basically what it will direct you to is it will direct you to WSG's website where you can view the full list of career conversion programs. So remember the very, very detailed list that I shared earlier. Basically, this will help you, this will direct you to that list, but don't worry, there's filtering mechanism for you to search for HR roles, marketing roles, digital advertising, UX, UI, so on and so forth. So what are the next steps? Now, if you are an employer and you're interested, I would encourage you to look at the career conversion programs on the website and see which ones you are interested in, particularly the ones that you have hiring openings and vacancies for, and contact the program partners of those career conversion programs. So the program partners will be people like Brian, for instance, but we have other program partners as well. So contact them. They can tell you more about how you can get on board the program. Now, if you're a job seeker and you are looking to pivot into another role, not necessarily UX, UI today, but maybe another role like IT, marketing, sales, you can also go to this website, the same website, go and click and search for the job role that you're interested in, and you can submit your application for these programs directly via the website. Okay, so I will leave you guys with these next steps. Thank you for listening to me and Brian. We will be here hanging around the booth if you would like to ask us any questions at all. We're happy to answer your queries after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Chung Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department.
The myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world. It keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic work environment. impact.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
Technology, cyber, and business continuity. So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop
but it can help you to do something extra. It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set. As well typically in the government career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment.
So, from outside, you always
Hi
see
everyone,
the
my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department
but
within
when you
MES.
join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very Hi, I'm Chung Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
So for me,
the most
it's
exciting
the
part
friendly
of my job
co-workers,
is
the working
I get to
culture
work
of
with
sharing and
machine
teaching,
learning
and
and
lastly,
AI
there are
to
a ton
help
of opportunities
the
to
departments
develop
within MES to
It's
do
really
different
great because
analytics
you get to work
projects.
So
many
for
different
me,
departments.
at least
With
I
that,
think
you
it's
get to see
the
the different
ability to really
cultures
make
and
an
how the other
impact
departments
for
work.
the
I'm
Singapore's
grateful to be
financial
able to
sector. My
enhance
job
my
includes
skill set
strengthening the
as well
cyber
as
resilience
develop
of
my
Singapore's
career, being
financial
able to bounce
services sector,
ideas
and
off
also
my
regulating and
colleagues and team
supervising the
members,
financial
and that
institutions in
diverse
their
ideas that we
technology,
generate
cyber,
really
and
help to
business
produce better
continuity risk
results.
management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. And I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks. And hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MES is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MES.
Hi, I'm Chung Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MES to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector, and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. And I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks. And hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MES is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MAS as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MAS as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside you always see the MES as such as this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside you always see the MES as such as this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside you always see the MES as such this big round building and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside you always see the MES as such this big round building and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MAS as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MAS as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell, I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber, and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. It's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MAS.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. It's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MES.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MES to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. It's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MES is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big round building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MES.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MES to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. It's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MES is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. It's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such as this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. It's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Hi everyone, my name is Kanchan. I'm part of the Technology and Cyber Risk Supervision Department within MES.
I'm Russell. I'm a data scientist at MAS.
Hi, I'm Cheng Pei, and I'm from the Robotics Process Automation team.
The most exciting part of my job is I get to work with machine learning and AI to help the departments within MAS to do different analytics projects.
So for me, at least, I think it's the ability to really make an impact for Singapore's financial sector. My job includes strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial services sector and also regulating and supervising the financial institutions in their technology, cyber and business continuity risk management practices.
The most exciting part of my job is that I get to build software robots. I mean, it's a software robot, so it can't help you to collect your coffee or tea, but it can help you to do some of your Excel tasks and hopefully help you to leave work on time.
I think the myth that I heard before joining MAS is like typically in the government sector, it's a bit slow paced, but I find that that's definitely not true. The work that I've been doing has actually been very fast paced and definitely very stimulating for me.
It's very dynamic, it's very quick, and especially in tech and cyber where there are so many things happening around the world, it keeps you on your toes basically, and it's a very dynamic working environment here.
So, from outside, you always see the MES as such this big brown building, and it really appears quite unfriendly. But when you join, you find that actually a lot of the colleagues, they're always really very approachable and willing to help.
So for me, it's the friendly co-workers, the working culture of sharing and teaching, and lastly, there are a ton of opportunities to develop professional skills.
It's really great because you get to work with many different departments. With that, you get to see the different cultures and how the other departments work.
I'm grateful to be able to enhance my skill set as well as develop my career, being able to bounce ideas off my colleagues and team members, and that diverse ideas that we generate really help to produce better results.
Testing. All good? All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the last 2.5 days of Singapore FinTech Festival. I'm Nicole. I work for MatchMove, a FinTech company headquartered in Singapore. Very happy to have the wonderful panelists here. They have said that always the panel after or the session after lunch is very challenging because you might be yawning. So just to make sure that the crowds are active, so maybe you can just show your hands and say, yay, hi.
Yay, hi.
Thanks for your participation. Right, so we'll start introducing the panel. We have Ruben.
Hi everyone, my name is Ruben. I'm from Singapore FinTech Association. To those who are walking, guys, come on in, guys, listen to us. Ladies and gentlemen, come on in, come on in. Woo! Listen to us, come guys. Come, everyone.
Come. The hottest topic in town.
Right. So I'm Ruben from Singapore FinTech Association.
Hi, my name is Philip. I'm from LinkedIn, Singapore, head of mid-market for talent and learning solutions.
Hi everyone, my name is Diane Yin from JP Morgan, APIC head of HR for Global Technology and DPS.
Hi everyone, I'm Shimei. I am the treasurer of Singapore FinTech Association. I'm also the CFO of Spark Systems, and I lead the sustainable practices of our company. Spark Systems is a FinTech as well. We are Series BB funded. We are founded in 2016, and we are an FX aggregator platform. So prior to Spark, I was also with PwC, so I was an ex-auditor in banking capital markets.
Thank you, guys and ladies. All right, good afternoon. Today's topic about fostering a resilient and agile fintech talent pool. So to start, we want to know a bit more about the panelists first, shall we? Maybe we can have just going down a fun fact about yourself or anything that you think that's related to the topic about you being resilient or being agile.
Two fun facts for the audience. First one, my name is Ruben, but I didn't have my English name until I started working. And I didn't have my English name because back then my very first job in the company that I was from, there are so many people. My Chinese name is Wei Peng. So what happened is that my email address is weipeng1.lim at the company. So there are too many Wei Peng, and that's why I have an English name. Second fun fact about being resilient as a workforce, just for love, guys, this is my 7th job in my 7th industry. So not exactly something that I hope you guys to follow.
Thank you. Philip.
As I mentioned, my name is Philip. I guess one interesting fact is I started out in financial services a long time ago. It was my first role for 2 years. Subsequently, I made a pivot, a transformation, whatever you would like to call it. I went to China for a long time, so I can speak Chinese, which I guess is kind of a fun fact because people are surprised. No tests though. Oh, 月亮代表我的心. And then I ended up in Singapore for LinkedIn. So I guess a lot of my career has been about transformation and changing skills, upskilling, and going across industries as well.
Thank you, Philip.
Okay, so one fun fact about me, I think just as it relates to being resilient, I'm crazy about exercise. So I've been doing Pilates for a really long time, and I do all sorts of very difficult positions. So yeah, that's something about me. And I'm also crazy about golf. I play golf in my free time. So yeah, that's about me.
Thank you, Diane. Shimei.
Okay, my turn. So similar to Diane, I like exercise. So one fun fact about me is I'm a dancer. I've been dancing for 13 years, which ties back to the whole theme about being resilient, right? Staying into into that same hobby or that same industry or same sort of challenges that over a long time. But enough about me. I want to just do a quick survey on the people on the ground. So, how many of you are from fintechs? Okay, none. 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay. How many of you are looking to transition a career into fintech, or just wanting to come into fintech as a job? I see a lot of talent pavilion T-shirts. So like, are you guys like looking for a job in fintech?
You hire them. You hire them.
Okay. Right. Cool. Okay. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for the fun fact.
Fun fact. Nicole.
So I was sharing with Philip that every year I try to do something different. This time when I was asked to moderate, I had a long time thinking whether I should do it. So it's my first time moderating. Thank you. So my panelists here will help me along. So thank you so much. So this quick fun fact is trying new things every year just to make sure that I need to conquer my fears. Yeah. So that's it. So shall we start about the topic, right? Vivian, are you going to share about the Singapore FinTech Talent Report that was just recently hot out of the press 2 days ago?
Yes. So with SFA, every year we would create, or we'll work with vendor, we'll commission a report called Singapore FinTech Talent Report. Please download the report. I think some of the interesting thing that comes out from it is that you guys are in the right space. FinTech is still hiring despite whatever concern that you hear there right now. Singapore is still hiring a lot of roles. All my fellow FinTech companies here are still hiring a lot in the space of commercial evangelists. So for those who are in the BD, sales, marketing, especially digital marketing, this is really one area that's very, very hot right now. You are probably able to get a job rather easily right now, despite whatever market conditions and headwind that you hear. Another scary fact that comes out from that is that the high turnaround time, what's the term?
Attrition.
Not just attrition, but the tenure that they did. Yeah, the tenure. So about 1 to 3 years, probably less than 2 years. So guys, can we be a bit more loyal to our employers? I do. But that said, if your employer treat you badly, sack them. But if not, do stay on a bit longer. And the reason I do encourage that, so that was one finding that came out, and I thought that I want to highlight that, because you do need to be in a company. And I'm saying that to myself because I'm telling you, I have 7 jobs before, which is not a good example. But that said, I realized that I get penalized because you don't have that full cycle. It takes you at least one whole full cycle for you to understand the ups and downs in an industry, in a role. And if you want to pick up a few skill sets along the way, you need to stay on for at least 3 years to be worth your salt. So I think in that sense, that's one of the findings that came out, and I was quite surprised by that. There are a lot of other findings, but I won't take up the time. I'll hand it over to the other panelists.
Yeah, so I queue over to Diane, coming from as a HR practitioner with JP Morgan, right? So what Ruben has shared about the attrition rate, are you seeing the same, or are you doing some cool stuff or strategies that you are keeping a resilient workforce?
Yeah, I think we are definitely seeing high spikes in attrition across the firm and also industry, so it's not news to us. So we do try to attract talent from the market. I guess the key to our employer value proposition is the type of work that we do and the culture of the firm and opportunities for growth and progressions for people. We do create a lot of opportunities for people to learn and progress. We enable continuous upskilling for our employees. So for example, we had a cloud certification day where more than 300 people got together, spent one full day just learning about AWS cloud certificate, practitioner certification. So we kind of try to make the learning process easier for our employees, and it's just within their reach. The other things that we do, we do have, DevOps session where we had, more than 500 engineering coming from nearly 30 cities globally, and we talked about the excellence of engineering. It was 3 days, very action-packed, very dynamic sessions. So we try to create those opportunities for our people. And culture-wise, JP Morgan operates like a fintech, bringing engineers to the conversations, and really try to create new innovative solutions for our clients in the business. So I think that's the kind of culture that you can expect from us.
Right. So what Diane is saying that there's a lot of learning opportunities. What she's saying is that you get to learn cloud, and you also get to learn about DevOps. Right. It's JP Morgan is a bank, but we are learning about technology. So coming to Spark Systems, right? It's a fintech, and I've been growing for the last, I think, 6 years, right? So you've seen the changes in employment and in the landscape, right? How do you attract candidates to join a fintech? Because after all, it's started from maybe newish, startup-ish.
Yeah. So I've been with the company for almost 4 years already, and fintech, as an early stage company, we are very different from banks and financial institutions. And the fintech landscape is evolving so quickly. There's so much competition. And being a fintech, in this highly dense population, right? Like, how do we attract talent? Well, firstly, it's really the branding, putting yourselves out there. If you put yourselves in a job seeker's point of view, what's the first thing you do? Okay, you look at the job title, you look at the pay, and then you look at the job scope. But then the last thing you look at is, what company is hiring? And then you're like, Spark Systems. What is Spark Systems? I never heard of this company before, compared to like JP Morgan. So then you start Googling, right? You start searching us. So like if you don't see any news or you don't see a digital presence about us, right? You will be like, oh, what dodgy company is this? I don't want to join, right? So digital presence, publicity is super important. So as a startup, right, what we do is a lot of branding. We are very focused on really growing our social media, LinkedIn. We collaborate with Business Times. We compete in awards. So we actually won the FinTech Employer of the Year award last year. And we are actually very active in this space. So that's us on attraction. And I think the most difficult part also about being in the early stage, right, is that resources are very limited, okay? 50-man company, one HR person, what can we do, right? So it's really like, so that's where, right, we have to tap into the resources we have. Like, firstly, Singapore FinTech Association, huge network, right? Being a key partner with them, we actually, get to meet people, we get a network, we get to come into events, really spread the awareness of our company. Secondly, also, we recently signed an MOU with BFSU. So Karen's right there. Hi, Karen. Yeah, so BFSU is a spin-off of NTUC. And literally, they are working with us to actually attract talent through job fairs, through their high network of financial learning institutions and across industries as well. And they also, they actually give the resources to us to actually help roll out a lot of hiring and retention initiatives.
Thanks. So Philip, what Sumay said about the different branding when it comes to LinkedIn, what do you really see on some of the maybe interesting fintech companies that you come across? How are they attracting candidates? Maybe a word of advice for the job seekers here. What do they should look out for?
For sure. Thanks for the plug, by the way. So from being in LinkedIn 8 years, I've seen us grow from a company of about 5 people here in Singapore to over 500 now. And with that is our membership base growth. So we have over 900 million members around the world now. And the reason I call this out is because that brings with it a lot of data. And essentially in Singapore, about 4 million members, we have a lot of information about how the economy here in Singapore works, the supply, demand, the trends, the highest, fastest skills growing in the market in particular industries, and in this case specifically around fintech. A lot of the things that we've seen in the talent trend report released today gel with what we have in our trend reports that have come out. So I see a couple of things that is key, and it comes back to the point about employer branding and EVP that Diane and Shumei talked about. candidates now in the fintech space, obviously salary is so key and so important still. We know that. And that's not really going to change. It's only going to probably get worse. But we've seen increase in significance over the last couple of years post-pandemic is flexible work demands and also things like development and learning that Diane was referring to earlier. So when we think about learning and development, it's about continuous learning in a company. So fintech companies have to be providing that environment where it's continuous learning, on-the-job learning, learning in the flow of work. So you can just pick and choose to learn when you want to learn. And that's what some fintech companies have really embraced, but many haven't at this stage. They're still at the nascent level of that. Another thing is about the employee experience. So how employees are not only attracted to the company, but then how they are onboarded, the interview process, the onboarding, their employee journey throughout the organization, and then when they leave, alumni programs. That employee experience really feeds back into the employer brand and your EVP and how this translates across platforms like LinkedIn. How are you showing up on a platform like LinkedIn to attract the right talent? And we've seen if companies get this right, they significantly increase retention, significantly increase employee productivity and happiness. So it's a win-win in all situations.
Thanks. So, Ruben, coming from the association, you meet with many fintech companies or FIs. What are some of the common stuff that you hear from them that they are doing, such that they are building an agile talent pool, or even what the association is doing to support this?
Fintech love all of you. You guys, we are all very expensive, and Fintech love all of you. Fintech can't wait to hire all of you. Fintech can't wait to grab all of you from banks and RD. We are banking members, but Fintech can't wait to grab all of you from banks. For those who are not in Fintech at the moment, I encourage you to take a look into this space. We are Sunrise. You are definitely in the right space here. And I think the skill sets and the network and the kind of things that you pick up, the kind of pace and the culture that you get in a Fintech is something very unprecedented. Because whatever that you go through here in a Fintech, it will take you a long way, 3 years down your journey. Yeah. And taking it from someone who has been around for 7 different jobs, I actually love this industry quite a bit. So take it from there. And in terms of what SFA is doing, we will be rolling out training programs. So please do keep a lookout for that. We'll be working at Yan Poly to roll out training programs, 5 sets of one-day training programs. This really kind of foundation to help people, like if you are not in the Fintech, to understand what Fintech is about. We are also working on a career conversion program. So for some of those who are mid-career switchers who are not in Fintech and who has some tech knowledge, we are working on the QA engineer. So that's also another space to look out for. And early next year, January, we'll start to do marketing for those programs.
Thank you. So change a bit of direction. In the latest talent report, right, the top 3 behaviors, competencies required for success in the Fintech are problem solving, creative thinking, and customer orientation. So how do you see in terms of people who want to come into this Fintech scene? And when it comes to recruiting for such talent, because there are a number of here are looking at either a career switch or a career in the Fintech space, how do you what kind of advice can you give to this job seekers on showing or demonstrating problem solving, creative thinking, and customer orientation skills? The top 3 in the Fintech report for last year and this year.
Well, I can go first. So, I think when it comes to those soft skills, right? Obviously, we look for top-notch technologies with the hard skills, and we hire. JP Morgan has huge technology presence in Singapore. We have more than 1,600 roles in the firm. We do have global incident command center, security operations center here as well. So we do need a lot of capabilities. So we look for engineering capabilities such as Java, Python, also production management, SRE, cloud, data science, etc., etc. So we also have cybersecurity roles, a lot of roles there. But in terms of the soft skill, I think what really resonated with me was the problem-solving skill, because we often forget that we probably have the most complex and challenging problems for software engineers to solve given the size of the organization, the scale of the business, and also the regulatory landscape in many jurisdictions that we actually operate in. So, problem solving skill is really important, and we also look for lifelong learning aptitude because the technology evolves all the time. So we need someone who can actually, learn something new skills. You're not afraid to take risk in learning, such things. So I think that's really important to really have that kind of mindset, growth mindset. So that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Philip or Shimei?
Yeah, I'm happy to take this. Well, skills, technical skills, yes, fundamentally they are important for the role. But I think like coming from a fintech, early stage kind of view, I think the attitude is key to success. A learning mindset, a growth mindset is essential because as quoted by one of my colleagues, okay, and my colleague is a finance executive, he said, no one day is the same. That is life in a fintech. There's no structure. Actually, there is some structure, a bit drama. Okay, there is some structure, but the structure keeps evolving. Why? Because the company is growing so fast, so quickly, so rapidly, and most of the times, right, a lot of the operations take time to catch up with all these changes that's happening in the company. So you really have to be fast, you have to be quick, you have to be agile, and really you need to just be resilient and really just go through the day and but the beauty about being in an early stage fintech startup, right, is that when there's challenge, there's opportunity. And going through the downs, you enjoy the ups. Really, like, I think all the panel can resonate with that. It's really a very satisfying feeling to be able to go through and get past these challenges.
Thank you. Philip, you have anything to share here?
Yeah, I'll just say a couple of things about the skill sets. What we've seen from fintech companies that we work with and from our talent trends reports is that obviously technical skills are super important, as they always will be. But soft skills, like have been mentioned, are growing in importance and growing in demand as well, because companies realize that sometimes you have to hire for potential as well. They may not have all the technical skills required, but if you can demonstrate that you have that ability to learn, that will to learn, to grow, to develop, that resilience, I think these are kind of soft skills that will work to your advantage. And it's stuff, as a young professional, you may not have all those technical skills, so it's important, equally as important in some ways, to really develop those soft skills. And then obviously the companies that give their employees that they hire the opportunity to learn these skills as well as the technical skills will retain those employees longer.
Right, thank you. So just change a bit of direction. It's coming from an employee experience, what Philip was saying. What is it about fintech that attracts you to stay in this for at least, I think some Sumei is like 4 years and Diane is some many years in the banking sector. So what is it about the fintech or the financial industry that attracts you to be here, so that people in the job seekers will know what they are up for or going into?
Let me take a step with that. Fintech is pretty crazy. Fintech, though it sounds financial technology, just like your prop tech, edu tech, a different kind of tech, but fintech is so wide encompassing. So in your job of a fintech, you need to you need to be familiar with the larger trends. Sustainability, ESG, carbon credits. You need to be familiar with blockchain, because even if your role right now doesn't involve blockchain, but people will talk about it. You need to know a bit about crypto as well. You need to know what are some of these movements as well. You need to be familiar with compliance, because your colleagues will be talking about compliance as well. So I think what is exciting about fintech is that your day, as to what Shimei has shared earlier, it will not be boring, because there's so many areas that you take, and that's why I encourage you guys to stay for around 3 years, because it's only after you spend this time of 3 years, and when you talk to your non-fintech friends, mark my words, during Chinese New Year, during whatever festive season that you have with your friends, check it out with them, and then you realize that you actually know bloody a lot more than them. And that is where you realize that, oh wow, fintech the past 2-3 years has been so fun. And I think that is one thing that will keep you going. But of course, should you decide to retire, then probably give it a miss. But otherwise, this is really one reason why I think people will stay on.
Thank you, Philip. But Philip doesn't come from fintech, so sorry, I'll skip you.
Yeah, you can skip me on this one. But can I just ask a question to the crowd? Just in terms of the audience here and in fintech, if you're offered a salary, say, whatever it is, and another salary from another company 10% lower, which one do you choose? The higher one, obviously, right? Okay, show of hands. Who would choose the lower one if you were guaranteed learning and development opportunities? Yeah, so, I mean, that makes a lot of difference, right? In a lot of cases, salary is not the most important thing, I think. So I just wanted to check that out.
In Singapore, salary is actually quite important.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are all real people, what they look for, right? It's not silent or, the more as we progress, there are times where we say, how much is your worth? Right, so that's why, but I'm not talking about pay here. I really want to talk, what is it about you guys that allows you to want to continue to stay in fintech? What is it about this industry that excites you?
I mean, I can go, but I'll talk more from a HR perspective, as I'm in the HR department. I think it's really exciting to be in this space, given that there are a lot of possibilities and new opportunities. And if I think about those frontier technology that emerge every day, it's actually really fascinating. And we are helping technologists to learn and upskill themselves throughout their life cycle. We grow with them. So as they grow, we feel like we are also growing. So I think it's just amazing opportunity in this space, and that just keeps me going. It's the pace, it's the meaning, it's the vision that we have. And we are actually powering Singapore finance market by providing innovative new solutions for our clients, and that's quite cool.
Okay, my turn. 3 words, and I'll explain a little bit more later. Impact, community, and growth. Okay, so what do I mean by impact? Well, you really do see the fruits of your labor being in an early stage startup. If let's say, you're a highly lean team, whatever you do, whatever decision you make, it plays a vital role in the company's growth. And that feeling, right, is very meaningful, it's very purposeful. And, if you're a type of person that really do enjoy, seeing this, really the feeling is amazing. Like, I can totally resonate with that, because I came from a very structured environment, right, where it's a very big company. So you're like kind of, doing very operational things, but you do see results, but you don't see how big your results is. So that is one point. Secondly, community. Just look at the person on your left and your right. There you go, your community. We are all here at the largest fintech festival in the world, right? So much people, so many diverse talents, and so many opportunities to network and learn from each other. And fintech, right, is so collaborative. Like, the people that I meet, they are always out there ready to always lend a helping hand. And it's really like, being in the fintech industry, right, since 2016, it's been amazing, and I really enjoy it. And lastly, growth. I think the whole panel agrees on this, right? As it's not just for your career growth, but your personal growth. How are you able to take yourself to the next level? How are you going to be a better person? How can you make a difference? Fintech is the place to be.
For this particular question, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to hear from Nicole herself. She may be a moderator, but on this panel, she has been a fintech the longest. She has been almost like employee single digit. Double digit. Employee double digit in one of the fastest growing fintech in Singapore, and now she's been with the company for more than 10 years. 10 years, ladies and gentlemen, she bucked the trend. So I think for that particular question, you should hear from her why she is still in fintech.
It's really like what Srimay mentioned. It's a lot of growth, impact, and the things you do. And honestly, the skill sets that I mentioned about, problem solving skills and every day is really a different day because you have no clue what comes next. Every day you just try to do something. And I recall when we first launched our virtual card, we were doing payments. When we first launched the virtual card, the team was building. When we started, we don't even know what's the meaning of KYC, know your customer. What's that? And the entire team was just learning about what's KYC, what are some of the terms in the financial world. So it was a lot of learning, excitement, and when we finally launched and when you go to take the card and you transact online, I still remember paying for a StarHub bill online. Wow, that was amazing because everything was done from scratch. You have no understanding, no clue, to the point that you transact and now you're selling the solution to people and you're really powering or enriching people's life by breaking borders and providing financial inclusion and financial solution in a cheap, fast, easy manner to people across the world. So that's something that really keeps me awake going to work because I know it's something that we are creating a difference. And we know that when it comes to money and when we talk about pay, it's all about financials, it's all about money, right? How that money, getting the ease of money and how fast you can get a money will make a change in people's life, right? Sometimes I think I'm not sure whether you've been in debt. I was in debt before. And having money, accessibility to money makes a huge difference. So that's what really drives me to go to work every day and why I get so excited about the fintech industry. So to close off with this, just maybe to the audience, anyone has any questions for any of the panelists here?
If no questions, JP Morgan and Lincoln are going to hire you guys anytime. So please sign up with them.
Yeah, any questions? If no questions, so basically maybe just one more thing. It's last week actually I saw JP Morgan, they posted on the newspapers that they are really hiring. So make sure you go and look for Diane and say that you are interested in this space. And if you are into transition into fintech or new, no idea what's going on, like Ruben saying, the Fintech Association in Singapore, it's really active right now and they are doing some interesting programs for you, and they will partner with a number of fintechs in Singapore for you to get employment, right? So of course the Singapore government did an amazing job with skills development. So with that, if there's no questions on the floor, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The chairs are calling. Yeah, the chairs are much.
Okay, thank you for joining us today. Our session today, this afternoon, is Female Empowerment, Uncover the Value of Career Break Returnees. So nice of you all to come and join us today and listen to my esteemed panelists. You know, the fintech sector is a big growing sector. Last year, it grew 7.2%, 4 times faster than the general economy. And in 2022, this year alone, it added 5,800 jobs, in the last 2 years. So this is really a growing economy. And this year, 9,400 jobs will be added. Nonetheless, the search for talent is competitive. And there are still many areas that need talent in fintech. So one pool of people that we want to attract is women who have been on a career break. They are the untapped pool, and this is the discussion today. How do we attract this group of women to return to work, and how organizations and women can do their part? My name is Grace Cheng. I'm a tech writer and author. I'm also the curator of the Singapore 100 Women in Tech that is organized by the Singapore Computer Society and IMDA. I'm joined here by my esteemed panelists. From the far left, Sabrina, who is co-founder of Half the Sky, and we have Caitlin from Citi, and Lisa is from the FinTech Association of Singapore. So before we start, maybe I can ask each of you to just introduce yourself. Sabrina?
Sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Sabrina Ho. I'm the founder and CEO of Half the Sky, Asia's leading career platform for women. So, quick introduction. So, I was actually born and raised in Hong Kong, then moved over to Singapore 15 years ago. And I'm also in the recruitment industry for long enough to face unique challenges as a woman. And that's one of the main drivers for me to start Half the Sky as well. So Half the Sky was born in October 2019, and now we're growing to over 100,000 members based in 14 countries within Asia Pacific. We also work with a lot of Fortune 500 companies to help them build a thriving and diverse workforce. So very excited to be here and learn from the fellow panelists as well.
Thank you, Sabrina. Caitlin?
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Caitlin from Citi. So within Citi, I drive the innovation efforts across the APAC for Commercial Bank. So before my life in Citi, I was actually part of the MES, driving industry-wide initiatives for FinTech and Innovation Group. Even before MES, at one point of time, I took a corporate career break for a few years to explore my own entrepreneurship journey. So from bank to startup to central bank, I think I've almost been through a full circle. I'm very excited to be here today to share with you more about my journey as well as the experiences here.
Really timely, Caitlin. Lisa?
Thank you, Grace. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Schröder, and I am the Asia representative of Vester, a Swiss startup that launched over here in last year. So before that, I was actually with F10, a fintech incubator and accelerator, where I started my career in fintech. And apart from being a representative of a startup, I also am part of the Women in Fintech subcommittee at the Singapore Fintech Association, as well as a board member at the Swiss Chamber of Commerce over here in Singapore.
Well, thank you very much, and let's dive in. We have like about 35 minutes, and if you have any questions or comments during the discussion, please just raise your hand, and then, we will love to hear what you have to say. So let's dive in straight away. Sabrina, you have worked with many organizations under Half the Sky,
Yes.
right? So what advice would you give to organizations to tap this group of career break women?
Yeah, so thank you, Grace. So one of the main issues for returners will be confidence. So I think for organizations, they really need to think of what kind of support you're going to give for the returners to join your company, and what really are your USP, unique selling points for your returnship program to attract this group of talent to join your program. Because every year you see a lot of organizations, they have different return to work programs. So what are really your USP? And I think the first thing is be intentional. Organization, from how you draft your JD, job description, what words that you use, what words that you don't use, your interview process, your interview panel, So these are, you need to be very intentional to be inclusive as well. And the other thing I would say will be, are you willing as a company to invest to reskill and upskill returners so that they can contribute back to your companies? And the other things will be, within this program, it's very important to have this immediate peer group of support network so that these returners can all together have shared experience, and then at the same time they can have emotional support from each other, and also they can have mentorship from the company itself as well. And I think the other thing, company, they also need to think of how they can help them transition better to the workforce. So I always would suggest my client to have flexible working arrangement, definitely, or having this 3 or 4 days work week to help the returner transition better, because they can't immediately jump right back to a full-time role. So, and also the other campaign within a big campaign will be to really set the returners up for success will be mentorship program, coaching programs, training, and also different types of events.
So the organization must create a conducive environment, mentoring, upskilling, providing confidence, and providing support for the returnees.
Be intentional.
Yeah, be intentional, right. So, Caitlin, you come from a large organization, Citi. So what kind of programs do you have for returnees?
Right. I think within a lot of the banking sector, you will realize that there's this program called returnship that many Wall Street banks have. It's also a term that was coined by one of the Wall Street banks a few years back. So the program itself is basically a structured program where people come on board to the companies to learn more about, like how can they reintegrate into the workforce, how can they contribute to the project itself, and along the way they are assessed based on their capabilities, and they could earn a full-time employment. So a lot of the things that Sabrina mentioned about, like the mentorship, the buddy systems, the support programs, flexibility in working environment, they are all catered as part of the returnship program. So likewise, these returnship programs have been popular in the banks in the past. Now it has started to become more popular even in tech companies. Public sectors are also starting to open up to this kind of returnship programs. Beyond that, like what Sabrina mentioned, it's also about the hiring process, right? If you're going to have a hiring automation of the hiring process where it automatically detects the gaps in your CVs and kicks the person out, returnees are going to get missed out or overlooked. So it's also again about large organizations relooking at the way they do hire. Like big organizations like Amazon, they do have dedicated teams to make sure that they are, teams hiring all the returnees, right? That's another way. LinkedIn also mentioned that more and more job advertisements are more, focusing on skills and responsibility more so than qualifications and requirements. Within Citi itself, we do also look at diversity in interview panels so that there is diverse representations when it comes to, hiring the right people. Yeah.
Yeah, I think gender diversity, having be very purposeful in looking and ensuring that there is gender diversity in the organization. That's a first step. And hold that thought about job description. We'll come back to that. Lisa, so from the community development work itself, I'm sure you meet many with women who come to the FinTech Association, right? What kind of requests are you getting from these returnees?
Yeah, so actually there's two perspectives I would like to share. On the one hand, when we do our community calls or meetups, we do have individuals who are raising their hands to actually support. So it's more the mentor roles that they would like to offer and pay forward to other individuals because they have been through that journey themselves. They have returned from their career, they have switched the career, so they have had very similar challenges they faced in their past. So that is the kind of community perspective of, well, we are an organization that tries to bring together multiple individuals and they try to help each other. On the other hand, the other perspective is we as the subcommittee members of the Singapore FinTech Association, we do get those LinkedIn messages, WhatsApp messages on an individual basis. Because again, career choice and career thoughts are very individualistic. Everyone has their own fears, their own uncertainties they would like to share, not with the whole group, but with individuals. So we do get those requests, and if it's indicated that it's individuals, especially women, we'd like to support and make that transition into a tech firm, we do take those meetings one-on-one, because we do believe that this time spent is actually valuable. because we obviously have that network that we can refer them to. As soon as we do understand better what they're looking for, we may be able to give a few pointers of, well, if you shape it a bit more clearly and crisp, what you're looking for, then it's much easier for us to refer you to the next person who might be in a better position to give you that advice.
Okay, a follow-up question to that. Most career returnees are invisible. Invisible in the sense that they may not appear on any recruiter's database. And sometimes they have not even updated their LinkedIn profiles. So how do you reach out to this invisible woman and make them visible again?
I think, well, there's again two perspectives. So on the one hand, exactly what Sabrina mentioned before, change the wording and open it up. So if you as a recruiter have a public profile, most likely a website or on your LinkedIn, do indicate that you're very open to career switchers, career break returnees, because that makes it a lot easier to understand that that recruiter is the right person to approach when I'm just coming back from a break, whatever that break might have been about. And on the other hand, the second perspective, if I am in that position where I am coming back from a career break, I need to be the active one as well. So me as a woman, always reach out. As mentioned before, the easiest way is to reach out via LinkedIn, via one-on-one messages. There's so many friendly people out there that always take the time to respond. Use the functionality on LinkedIn, open to work. That is definitely something that I think a lot of individuals still need to find out how that works. Even myself, I wasn't aware that those filters exist. So again, it really, really helps that you put yourself out there. Either you have an existing network that you're part of, may it be an industry-related one, may it be an NGO. There is various channels that you can tap into as an individual. And I think those are the channels that recruiters then again can tap into as well to co-organize events together to attract those career break returnees.
Right, Sabrina, you used to work for a recruiter, right? And you were a recruitment person. And you have, 100,000 people, 100,000 women in your database?
Yes.
So how do you tell these career break women, you want to return to work, how do you make yourself visible?
Yeah, so I usually talk about this topic, how to stand out during your job search, how to revamp your CV, how to revamp your LinkedIn profile for over an hour. So I'm going to condense everything in 2 minutes. So number one is definitely, if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, have a LinkedIn profile, because there's no recruiters in-house or they're working in recruitment agencies, they're all on LinkedIn. So you have to have a LinkedIn profile. But that's not enough. You also need to revamp your LinkedIn profile. So let's say you take a career break for even a month, 3 months, 10 years, it doesn't matter. You should put in that working experience as a career break, and then put in all the transferable skill set that you have and that you gain during your career break. It doesn't matter you're being a mother or you're doing charity work. There must be a transferable skill set that you can list out on your LinkedIn profile, because the reason why you need to list out all these transferable skill set, because those will become the keywords that recruiter will search for when they look for candidates on LinkedIn. So make sure that you build a keywords-rich profile for yourself. So you may have questions in your head. How am I going to figure out all the keywords? Very easy. So all you need to do is figure out what you want to do. Go on LinkedIn and find out the job description from different companies that you want to work for. And there must be a common keywords that you will see. And make sure that you saw those keywords and then spread it across your LinkedIn profile. But don't lie. Be honest about it as well. And the other thing will be network. Utilize LinkedIn to network. There's a lot of different professional groups. So join those professional groups. Be engaged as well, engaging with the post, like, comment, share, so that you become visible on LinkedIn and become visible to the people that you want to connect with. Let me see. I think one other thing, one tip that I want to share is be very mindful and intentional when it comes to building your personal brand, especially online. Every conversation that you join, every comment, every like that you have on LinkedIn profile or online will become part of your brand. So make sure that you're very intentional about it. And I think always ask yourself these questions. Does this action that I'm going to do, does this post that I'm going to like, this post I'm going to share represent who I want the future employers or my professional network to see in the future? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
That's very good. 1 hour into 3 minutes. Really good.
Oh, one more thing, sorry. So we actually have this free 1 hour workshop recording on our platform. So you can just go on there under Half the Sky Academy. So it is free. If you can't find the link, you can just LinkedIn message me and I'll share with you the link. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much on that tip. Caitlin, you know there are so many jobs, 9,000 over jobs this year. Are they all in technical kind of jobs in, for fintech industry, or are there other kinds of jobs in fintech industry?
Definitely there'll be many other jobs, right? If you look at the job market itself, what's trending is more towards digitalization. Within digitalization, there are new trends in terms, embedded finance, green finance, decentralized finance.
Do you need programming skills? Do you need technical skills?
So I guess certain roles do require you to have programming skills,
Right.
technical skills, based on the seniority of the and the role itself. But a lot of time you realize that more and more businesses are driven by tech, empowered by tech, but driven by people. So the skill sets that's probably more growing, it's more of those that require the tech to understand what the business needs and requires the business people to know what the tech can deliver. So it's more of that kind of cross-functional technical skills that is needed more so than the actual programming skills.
Do you need to take a course to upgrade your competencies and skill set?
Yeah, of course. And in fact, it's not just for the career breaks, right? Anyone, even all of us around the crowd, should be taking all these different upskilling courses to gain more perspective in terms of what's happening in the crowd, what kind of things can you upskill yourself so that you remain relevant. In fact, it's not just about upskilling. There are many other courses that IBF, the Institute of Banking and Finance, do offer. They have career advisory services, they have networking services. They tell you how to upgrade your skills as well. There are free courses. For myself, I do go on online courses called edX that gives you free access to online courses by Ivy League schools like Harvard. So that's another way, right? And like Sabrina and Lisa talk about LinkedIn, networking, there are also various ways that you can use to keep yourself up to date and relevant. As a case in point, a colleague of mine from when I was still in MES, even while she was on maternity leave, you would think that maternity leave is just about taking care of the baby, but she still took additional effort to go upskill herself, go for online courses, and when she was nearing to the end of her maternity leave, she started going for networking sessions. So by the time she went back to her corporate career, she was already up to date with whatever that's going on. She was already, upgrade. She has a better understanding of certain things that require her to be, in terms of her role. And I think that really helps. So it's an excellent example that, upskilling, networking is not something you do only when you're ready to return to the workforce, but something you do along the whole way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's important, I think, to be continually learning, right? Okay, Sabrina, attracting women to rejoin the workforce often calls for, I'm a returnee, I want to look at the company culture. Do they support flexible working, hybrid working? So do organizations need to create to relook and to reimagine their work environment?
Yeah, thank you, Grace. Yes, absolutely. I think not just for female employees, but for different types of employees, you have to be an inclusive environment for everyone to achieve their full potential and to thrive. And I think for women, if you want to attract, retain, and engage with female employees, I think for organizations, you need to definitely provide flexible working arrangement. I think that's the number one policies all organizations have to have. I think some of the companies that we work with, they already have it before COVID. But now, a lot of companies we work with, they still have it, but it can be 3 days working from home, 2 days working in the office. So I highly encourage other organizations to continue this flexible working arrangement to attract and engage female employees. And I think besides that, the companies, they need to also build infrastructure, support, policies and initiative to really embrace women's entire career life cycle. So for example, for junior female candidates, when they first join in the organization, organizations should provide networking group, women's networking group, coaching program, mentorship program to really help them thrive and transition, and ease them into the new environment. And I think for mid-level candidates, leadership development program, and also mid-level candidates, actually a lot of them, they will start thinking to family planning. So for organization, they should have return to work policies. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So can you tell us of any organization which is very supportive of a woman who wants to come back into career?
Yes, definitely. So, well, I would say all companies that we work with on our platform, they all supportive for women, and that's why they partner with us. And right now we have company like Microsoft, IBM, Cisco, DBS, and many more. Please check out the companies on our platform, because for us, we don't bring in every companies. We need to vet all these companies to ensure that they have the policies and initiative for female employees. Then they can come into our platform and get access to our members. Yeah.
Lisa, you work with FinTech Association as well as with Vestas as a startup. So what kind of environment, are the women looking for in, from the association's point of view, and then as your company's point of view?
Yeah, I think what we already heard about are the flexible work arrangements. That's certainly something that pops up more and more. But funnily enough, so within the SwissStem network, we also heard from our member companies that they do get candidates asking, both male and female, about those working environments. So I think it's not only for the career break returnees, it actually applies to all job seekers out there. So it's very important to understand that, yeah, there's definitely that need for a bit more consideration of work-life balance. And a concept that I do appreciate from Switzerland is that you don't have to come back full-time. There's also the optionality to actually start with, like, say, 50%, 60%, and then gradually grow it to 100% if that is flexible and if that works for the family as a whole. So yeah, I think there are different concepts out there that can be shared among companies, so to speak.
I want to elaborate a little bit more about job description for the benefit of our audience. Maybe Caitlin, you can start. When you do job description, you're going to hire somebody, right? How do you make it neutral, or how do you make it such that it attracts career returnees, especially women?
Right. I think a lot of times when we are writing the job description, what we usually do is to go and Google, right? See what other companies are doing and try to copy as much as possible, try to make it as chim as possible, to make it sound like, it's a very important job. But I think that's not really portraying what the job is going to do, right? So just earlier this morning, when I was at Prudential booth, I met the head of innovation there, and she was sharing that in Prudential itself, what they're trying to do is, taking videos of what the actual job is about, so that the job, candidates can know that, oh, this is actually what the job is about. It's not just all the chim words or the big words that I put inside. That's one way. I guess the other way is really focusing more on the skills, the responsibilities that's needed out of the job, more so than the actual qualifications or ticking the check boxes itself. Yeah.
Right. Sabrina, what's your experience been? Job description.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think a lot of clients, they have no idea where to start. And I think, because they don't know, I think the simple way is use a lot of preferred, not a must, because from my experience, I'm generalizing here, and there's data actually supporting it. For women, we actually have this confidence gap. So we will only apply jobs when we feel that we're 120% fit for the role. But most of the time, the hiring manager only look for candidate with 70% of the skill set. And that's our job, to encourage women, hey, you can actually apply for it because you're a great fit for the role. Don't, undercut yourself. Yeah.
Right. What's your experience been, Lisa, with job description?
Yeah, it's very similar. So we, even as a startup, we also started copying from other companies and seeing how other companies put it. We all do the same, right? Let's be honest here.
It's all copying.
But it's true. So we also have to adapt the wording, because now as a startup, you have to compete with the big firms. So how do you make it more attractive? So yes, definitely. One of the key features was certainly we have flexible working environments. We have a remote team, so we are remote native. I think that definitely helps to put certain keywords in. And we also have to revise it by different people within the company. So it's actually not just the hiring manager who's looking at it, but actually we share it across the team to get different perspectives onto that JD.
So if I can just add on to Lisa's point, we talk about job versus skills matching. I know MES have a future skills, I think financial skills accelerator, FSA. So what it does is basically it helps companies automate the job and skills matching. It helps them to plan their workforce, do career development, facilitate career mobility as well. I think that's something that corporations can also tap onto. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to employ career break women as a box, and you tick it off, right? So I want it to be more natural. So how do you make it natural? So this means that leaders have to provide a role model, right? So as leaders, how do you encourage your organization?
Maybe I can take this actually because we had that recent case within our own company. So we are starting to hire for more roles, and some of the roles actually don't require a full-time person. So that is something I highlighted within our company meeting, and that was something they didn't realize. Oh yeah, actually that's a good point. We don't need a full-time person for this role. Why not put it right on the job description itself? And why not even phrase it the way, hey, you have that experience regardless of when and where you picked it up. If you come back from a career break, we take you. We want to speak with you. So that's something we are slowly encouraging within our company and incorporating in our JDs as well. Yeah.
Right.
And for myself, within City, we have like affinity networks. One of it is City Women itself. So what it does is to develop women. So there are various programs, including like maternity matters, which is support moms to help returning moms to reintegrate into the workforce with the right set of tools, resources as well. Yeah.
Sabrina?
I have no further comment for this.
Okay. So, any questions from the floor? Any comments? Yes, please.
Hi, so someone in my broader team just came back to work after 7 years break. So as an ally or as a fellow coworker, what can we do to make someone's transition easier back into the workforce?
Lisa.
Yeah, maybe I can also take this one. So definitely just spending time with them on the job and off the job. Take a coffee break, because that's how you get to know the person better and understand how to phrase a question or how to offer your support, because as a human being, it's not always easy to accept support, right? We've all been there, I imagine. At least I've been there. So yeah, definitely just show your presence, not just in the first day, not on the first week, but really throughout that whole onboarding process. I think that helps a lot and goes a long way.
Caitlin?
I guess it's also about being deliberate, right? Like I think Sabrina also mentioned about being intentional, and when the company itself is being intentional in the way they promote diversity and inclusion, naturally the people on the ground also feel it. So when there is someone in need, they will naturally want to support it as well. Yeah.
And one question, are there any returners within the company besides that one?
But I'm sure there are. Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be great if you can organize like a networking session to connect everyone together, so they become a buddy, like a supporting group, and because they have shared experience. So I think that's really important to have that emotional support, because if you're not in it, you won't understand how it is to become a returner.
It's a great idea.
That's a very good question. Any other question, comment? Okay. I will throw you one question and then you will have to answer. What is the one thing in 2023 that you would like to see in terms of gender diversity? You like to see your company employ more women? You like more equal pay? You like to see more women leaders? You're nodding your head.
So she's saying yes to all of it, is it?
More female representation at the workplace in leadership platforms, panels like this, because we do see more, it's quite lopsided, whether it's in media or in leadership or main boards, we see more, it's more represented by the male. So I want to see more women coming forward to lead and to show the way and be the light for the rest of us to follow.
Thank you. I think it's important for males to be allies. They are our allies and they will help us. But I think we take your point. What would you like to see in 2023?
Definitely a bit more consistency. We all have been at those like women empowerment workshops or sessions, but it's oftentimes a one-off. So what I would like to see, and what definitely we were striving towards with SFA, is that we would like to keep it as a consistent theme, that at some point in the future we don't even have to talk about it anymore, because we're all equal, we already know that, but yeah, we have to live it. So that's hopefully something.
What I hope is that a lot of us have subconscious bias towards women, especially in the male-dominated industry. I do hope that over time the subconsciousness of bias and all that would go away.
Unconscious bias will go away. Right, Sabrina.
Yeah, so I do hope that all organizations can achieve 50% representation of women, not just at junior level or in certain position, but all level, from down to top, all the way up to board level, because women hold up half the sky and men hold up the other half.
Oh, is that how the half the sky came about? Oh.
Right, any other comments from the floor, from the audience? Yes.
Sorry, what I just wanted to say is that there's so much of untapped talent, in terms of career break. Women have taken this career break. I don't have the data, but I believe you have 1,000 members on your list. And I'm sure there's so many who are not members. I'm sure some of the organizations are doing, but they're not doing enough. How do you push organizations to accept more women who are on a career break?
Okay. How do you push more organizations to do more for women? Yes.
I think there is a drive now, especially in Singapore, but I still feel that diversity is more of a tick in the box, and it can't be followed till the time you actually have women leaders who've gone through this journey and are then employing those women. I mean, we never talk about career break for men, right? Most of the times it's only about women and bringing them back into the workforce. But it's not that easy if you don't have that management at the top, which also have those women who've actually come in from these backgrounds. So I think that's just most important.
So are role models important? Sabrina?
Yeah, absolutely, because you can't be what you can't see. So I think it's important but it's not easy because all companies, they're in the war of talent, especially senior female tech talent. So I would say that there's a lot of opportunities for us to join the workforce, to upskill ourselves, to level up, and we just need to stay in the workforce, upskill ourselves, reskill, and there's a lot of opportunities. And trust me on this, because I work with all these companies, they all struggle to find female talent to join their organization, even to retain them. Yeah.
And it's really all about networking, right? Like the more you network, the more people you know on the ground, and maybe the more opportunities you'll be giving a sense to. Yeah.
Is networking important, Lisa?
Absolutely. I mean, I represent 2 organizations for sure. That's definitely what we thrive on, and there's definitely more to be done. Yeah.
Why? Thank you very much for an engaging conversation and for your comments as well. So just in closing, conducive culture, network, look for opportunities, Google, LinkedIn, put yourself out there, and don't be afraid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace.
Sabrina, Caitlin, and Lisa, and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
attending the Singapore FinTech Festival. I'm sure it's been a wonderful 2.5 days. You've got half a day more to go, and I certainly hope you have plans to fill it up with lots of discussions like these that we hope will help you as well in your decision-making journey. Today, the focus on talent. And in fact, the focus on talent has been something that has run through this event, even in the last couple of days, I understand. Here's another conversation that will hopefully help HR tech people everywhere within the fintech industry and even outside. Now, considering the growth of the industry, I'm sure many of you would agree that talent is important. That's undeniable, right? For a long time, the focus was on technology. But we soon very quickly realized that to enable technology, we needed the best talent. Question is, do the fintech players in Singapore depend a little too much on foreign talent? Maybe you would disagree. But we know that the conversation about manpower and talent shortages has been ongoing in Singapore, right? So some people are asking that question. What is the balance between foreign and local talent when it comes to the fintech industry in Singapore? And the gentleman here obviously agrees that there is an issue, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about today. We also have to bear in mind that Singapore too needs to plug our own brain drain and develop local talent for the industry, as well as local talent that can help take our companies global. So today, let me introduce our panelists who will be participating in this Every Worker Matters conversation. That's what we call it, Every Worker Matters, because they do. What is the balance as we move forward, and how can local talent be developed as well? Our panel today consists of Fern Lim. Say hi, Fern.
Hi, everyone. I actually have a cheerleading group here, so no pressure on the gentlemen here.
Okay, you never know, they might have one too. They're going to emerge in a moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, so my name is Van. I'm Chief of Staff of Standard Chartered Nexus. So Nexus is a banking as a service proposition for Standard Chartered Bank. And what banking as a service means is we help e-commerce platforms or large corporates provide financial services to their end users without having to go through the needs of applying for a license because they leverage the bank's license.
Thanks for that self-introduction, Fern. I was about to introduce you, but it's okay, you can do it yourselves. So she has set the tone for this discussion today. Let's not be too formal. Gilbert Tan is from NTUC. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Gilbert.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Gilbert from NTUC. No, not from the supermarket, not from the childcare, not from the insurance. But I'm from the part of NTUC that partners all of you in your training, your jobs, whether you're an employer or a worker. We partner you in training and jobs and ensuring your lifelong employability, if that's even possible. So we partner you in that journey. It's a journey, and we are working with you this journey.
Thanks, Gilbert. JX is our next guest from Endowas. Tell us about yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm JX from Endowas, which stands for Endowment Quality Investing for All of Us. We're Singapore's first and leading digital investment advisory, and I serve as COO and a partner there. And would love to talk about what it means to build digital talent in financial services, and whether we are a financial services company that's tech-enabled or a technology company in financial services.
You haven't decided yet?
That's why we're here today.
Finding yourself. That's another thing the Singapore FinTech Festival perhaps can do, yeah? And Paul Ho, he's an independent advisor. Tell us more, Paul.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul. I guess I'm the anomaly here. Have been traveling for quite a fair bit for the last half a year. I've been living overseas, so I just came back to Singapore. I guess as a brief introduction, I've had the privilege to set up new things. So I was part of the pioneering MES team to organize the inaugural SFF. Was out there setting up innovation labs for banks and institutions, and thereafter I was in the Middle East helping the central bank there also to set up a fintech department. So then now I'm taking a break in my career.
Wow, okay. Because we've come this far, so maybe you can afford to take a break. I'm sure, Paul, things have changed a lot since you first started to help companies in the area and to advise them. Maybe we can start off with just you giving us an overview of the main things that you've observed have been transformed drastically in the last few years.
I suppose that there is always this thing called the flavor of the month. And every season or every transformation of the industry, you realize that there are different hot topics that was in vogue And that naturally there will be a lot of people chasing after them. So right now, it's all about DeFi, Web3, and things like that. And of course, green finances, and especially back then when I was a public officer, we were actively trying to promote a lot of these activities in the hope of course, job creation. And whether is it a Singaporean or foreigners, we have certain incentive to make sure that there's always a good balance, right, in the workforce in these areas.
Right. So I think the thing that struck me was that you said it's the flavor of the month. I hope this is a more sustainable and not just a flavor of the month endeavor when we're talking about fintech. Because I've also heard a lot of companies in the field saying that they are hiring for the long term, since our focus today is on talent. And one of the things that stood out for me in the last few days, just yesterday in fact, the Global Talent Competitiveness Index was released. And Singapore actually ranked second globally for best talent. Actually, we're the only Asian nation in the top 20, and just behind Switzerland, but ahead of over 100 countries. Yet, I hear a lot of employers in the fintech industry saying that the labor market is tight, we don't have enough manpower with the right skills. And I'm sure, Fern, you would agree. Give us an idea of what the challenges are.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, right, so we are a banking as a service, and essentially what we're doing is we're building a digital bank without the core banking tech stack. So if you ask me what kind of talent we're looking for people who are skilled in platform engineering, cloud engineering, data engineering, right? And for the purposes of our business, we're looking for people who are experienced, right? And if you were to look into the talent pool, it's very small. It's small for a few reasons. Number one, when I am hunting for talent, it's competitive, correct? I'm not just fighting against banks. I'm fighting against the tech companies, I'm fighting against startups, and we need to be very clear, right? Nobody likes to work for banks. Banks are not sexy anymore. So from the employer branding perspective, it's very difficult for me to attract them, right? So that's one. So I have to fight with the tech startups, those big bulls over there. That's one. I have to fight for people who really know what they're doing. And then there's this whole salary component, right? Because tech startups, if you're a unicorn, the amount of money you throw, it's really quite attractive. So how can I actually build up a proposition to attract these people?
So what have you guys been doing so far?
So for me, we have quite a good balance, right? Nexus, we're about 250 men. 70% is local, 30% foreigners, right? And having a diverse group of talent is actually good for the business. It's good for the business because if you think about it, I'm building a digital bank, right? If I can't find the talent here, I have to source outside. Right, and that's good because that means that I bring the best from the world, I bring them into Singapore, and I get to train the locals and learn from the best. And I'll give you an example. So recently, we hired someone from Square. So Square is a payments company. So I had a senior web developer. He's worked with Jack Dorsey, right, the best of the best. He came to me and he told me, Fern, back then when I was in Square, people were customer obsessed. They were product obsessed. Right, to the point where it was a bit unhealthy. And he felt that I don't see it here. And to me, I feel like if you were to build 100% Singapore core, right, people who have not traveled overseas, if you haven't seen the best, you wouldn't be able to tell me this difference. Correct? And if he has worked with Jack Dorsey, he's able to bring the best practices here and train my local talent. So that's quite powerful for me.
Right, and the skills transfer is so important. But is it really happening in all companies? JX, can you step in here?
Yeah, I would love to speak from a perspective of being someone who has been overseas and back myself, as well as what we've done at Endowus. At Endowus, we're about 160 people, and more than 95% of our entire workforce is actually in Singapore. Our engineering team is over 60 people, product design, data team is about 20 people, and Aaron's like, wow, how do you sustain an 80 people technical team over here? Why aren't you looking at other places in India, in Vietnam? And my answer to that is very simple. I've worked at the best companies in the world, in Silicon Valley and in China, and there's only one way to build a category-defining product, and that is you find the best talent and you put them in a place. Unlike other places or other products where if it's a Me Too or whatever, then if it's about copying and stuff, maybe you can do that. But really, when you want to build a category-defining product, there is nothing like being in the same place where you are able to talk to each other, brainstorm, and have a whiteboard. and then just bang through all of that stuff. And yes, remote work is in vogue, and we do all of that, and you can do that, but there is nothing that beats being able to be at the same place. And so I think that
same place, but from different countries.
Exactly. Because I think that the way that I look at talent, the way we look at that, is that you want to find the best people for the job, regardless of where they come from. But when you have that and you have amassed that sphere of talent, that's where the skills transfer happen. I feel that if you start and say that, hey, we can only do it if we do skills transfer, then it's sort of like putting a cart before the horse, because there's nothing to transfer in the first place. But when you have that core, it's almost like a snowball that keeps accumulating, and then it gets really easy to do that later on.
The thing is, I just wonder where local talent actually fits into this whole equation. So yes, I do see the point of wanting to get talent from all over the world. You want the best from all over the world to come into Singapore and then hopefully do that skills transfer when there is an opportunity to do that skills transfer. But what about developing local talent per se? Where do you stand on this, Paul? Because there is a perception out there that not enough is being done in that regard. Companies want plug-and-play talent, something that Fern mentioned earlier. They're looking for people with experience. But it may not be available in Singapore, but don't companies then have the obligation to develop the talent in-house or get it from outside?
I agree with my panelists in saying that companies are always motivated to find the best, the most suitable talent, regardless of where they are from, right? I mean, it's also part of diversity. I mean, if I would just look back at my career, and it's about maybe 10 years ago when I was in City, and back then, Innovation Lab was one of the in thing. And I remember I worked very closely with the New York site. We have designers, we have product developers who are from the big tech companies, like from the Apples of the world. And I learned a lot from them. So most of my colleagues are foreigners, and again, that was back 10 years ago. But I learned from the best. And I think that has really set a good foundation in my career. So I would say that, it's really for a local, regardless of what's out there, regardless of who are your colleagues, it's really about being hungry, being humble, and being willing to learn from the best. And I think in terms of the progression and things like that, I understand that there are many factors at play, but as long as we do our best or do our part and we fly the Singapore brand, I see no reason why there is no progression, why there is no promotion, why there is no opportunities.
Is that what you feel local talent is fixated on? Progression and opportunities before all the other things that you said were actually important?
Well, I mean, it's a tough question for me to answer because it really varies from person to person.
Of course, but generally, what's your sense?
My sense is that, of course, as all Singaporeans, we are hungry, right? And we want to have the best opportunities out there, and we want to shine as well. We want to be recognized. So I think that's without a doubt that cuts across, every nationality. Yeah. And I think perhaps the trick is more in the soft skills. Perhaps the trick is getting noticed. The trick is showcasing the good work that you have done, which of course, I would say that predominantly most Singaporeans, we are humble people, right? And we tend to be very humble about the work that we have done.
Euphemism for you don't speak up enough, don't know how to sell yourself, right? I would like Gilbert to step in here. NTUC says every worker matters, right? But obviously, in the larger scheme of things, companies are going to look at how some workers matter more than others. Not all of them, of course, but not all companies will also have that balance between local and foreign, and invest in their in-house talent and invest in their local talent. Many of them, I think, expect plug-and-play talent. If you don't have it, we're not going to hire you. What's your perspective on this?
Well, I think from the perspective of talent, if I break it down to skills, experience, and maybe the X factor, personality, values, fit, and a talent is probably A times B times C, right? And you get high enough number, you consider that talent for your company. I think that gap will always happen. It's been designed into our Singapore system to keep the labour market tight, so that workers matter. Yeah. It's been our way of operating. So really in this environment, then for employers and individuals like us, how do we do the A plus B plus C talent factor to make ourselves the most attractive to the employer, and for employers to figure out how do I get the best? And back to your original point about ready instant noodles versus a slow cooked meal. I think maybe for employers, beyond the instant noodles, of course you need some, But how do you hire for the A, the fit, the value, the culture, and then train and develop for the skills and experience? And I think if you balance it out, I think maybe we have a way to get things going. We can find a way to do good like in Singapore. And I think that resolve builds into not just the HR but the leader of every organization. The leader sets the tone on how the organization views, balances, and organizes talent for the organization. So I think a few points to bring up for discussion since it's a conversation.
Yeah. Let's talk about plug and play talent because Fern, when you were speaking earlier, I did say that the word that stood out for me was that you're looking for experienced people. And of course, who wouldn't be looking for experienced people? But how do you then balance between the experienced and the slow-cooked meal?
So again, okay, so we're going to go into a cooking lesson. Okay. Some of
Char
them
kway teow,
are quick grills. Quick grills is the plug and play, right? I need someone who's experienced, who knows what he's doing. He comes in, he sets the tone. I also have a whole pool of young fresh graduates who have been all textbook trained and really don't know what's going on. So I mean, to answer your question, when you talk about how do you balance, I don't think we can put a certain percentage to it, but I think it sets the leadership sets the tone, right? Where you say, we hire the right ones because the business needs to go, but there has to be the gumption to train.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to clarify is that when we talk about training, we need to think broader. Training doesn't mean I go for a one-day course. Yeah. Training also doesn't mean I read from the textbook. A lot of the training happens on the job. And I'll give you an example. How do you organize this big fair? I can go online and read, right? But when it goes down to actual execution, how do you know how many plugs to put? How do you know how high this is? And it all happens along the job. So if you ask me, it really is severely dependent on your line manager, right? How much attention they want to put forth into training their team. And I feel like sometimes as line managers, you need to waste time to buy time. You waste time in training the fresh graduates. Once they've gotten clarity on structure and processes, when they run on their own, you're faster.
Okay, and I think that's something that we can certainly look into more deeply. The question of being conscious of that balance. I know you earlier said 70-30 was the balance, right? And in Singapore, we have quotas and things like that. JX, I want you to jump in here. How conscious are you of the quotas? And are the quotas okay, or are they just making it difficult?
I think that very much depends on the stage of the company and where you're at. Coming back to what I was sharing about how you need to have something, the company needs to grow before you can then think about these different items. I think that when you're at a really early stage, right, you're at a risk of dying every day. So at a point in time, the focus is on survival. And so when you're trying to survive, regardless of where you are, I think training becomes a nice to have and not a must have, because at the end of the day, is your business even viable? And the funny thing is then it becomes a training in itself for the people who are actually doing that. But as you grow, I think it's very important to be conscious and to be aware of that, not just because it's something that it's a policy, right? I think that it makes sense for a lot of natural reasons as well. For example, cost management, or for example, the culture of the company, or it could be a lot of businesses in Singapore are selling to global, customers, but also you have a very strong local core, and you can't do that if everyone is a foreigner. So I think that naturally comes into play. I think that the beauty of this system, and maybe it's maybe it's just like the laws of supply and demand, I would say that most companies actually end up being very close to the quotas that are set. And it's a natural thing. So for example, whenever we think about hiring someone that's coming in with experience, that person is definitely going to be like maybe pretty costly. But then you try to augment and supplement that with talent, and it's not that it's an expensive or cheap thing, it's also accessibility, how quickly people can start. Right now with all of the employment pass, etc., right. I think that it comes together very nicely. So I would say that the short answer is that we're very conscious about that, and at the same time, I think it's also about which stage we're at, right, and how we grow.
Gilbert, talk to us about your experiences with employers in this sector and how they are managing the mission of NTUC, which is to make sure every worker matters, that local talent is treated fairly as well.
I would think the majority of employers want to do good. I don't think employers intentionally want to make the balance off. But also employers probably are facing the challenges of answering to stakeholders, answering to shareholders. So it's a balance. And of course, to deliver your work, you need skills, you need talent. And I think that's the conversation we're going round and round about talent, skills. And I think employers, I do see a range of employers. Those that probably will do well are those that know how to balance the ready instant meal and the slow cooked meal. Those that know how to do that tend to do better. And they, on the good side, tend to attract more because they tend to get the in Chinese called kopei, the reputation that they are a good training. And I would believe every young person, many young people in this room, want to go to a place where you can gain experience, you can learn. And it's not just about contributing to the company. For every worker, for me, my job, I also want to learn in my job. And I think an employer that shows that I train my workforce in various ways of training, developing their experience is what will spread in the industry, and you will be able to attract more employers. And of course, there'll be those that keep complaining and complaining and complaining only. I think that it's probably the slow path down towards decline.
Before we talk more about NTUC's training ecosystem, I'd like to talk about what companies are really looking for in talent, so that if any of you want to develop your career in fintech further, you'll know exactly what skills to develop, what type of person to be as well. And I think, Paul, you did touch on this briefly earlier, that Singaporeans not very good at selling themselves. You of course used a different term, and I'll let you use that again if you want. But some tips on what exactly companies are looking for and how local talent can shine.
Maybe if I could just touch on something that is a bit contrary to popular belief. When it comes to employability of Singaporeans, I know we have a fair deal of discussion on that. But on the flip side, or rather on the other hand, I would say that Singaporeans are very sought after in the overseas market, right? I personally feel that in the countries that I've worked in, they love how hardworking, the diligence we are. They love the
But do
the system.
Singapore companies love Singapore talent?
Wow, that's a very tricky question to answer on this platform.
You see, because there's also a perception out there that we are facing a brain drain in Singapore. A lot of people are going overseas to work in top companies because Singapore companies don't love Singapore talent as much as other people do. And we've had this cultural issue for a long time, even when it comes to Singapore pop singers, music, movies, they always love us more than we love ourselves.
I mean, which is what I was trying to allude to, the fact that the brain drain, it's also partly because, like I said, we are in fact very highly sought after in the other markets, right? People love Singaporean workers. And I'm a beneficiary of that, working for many different type of nationality companies. So it's hard to really pinpoint exactly, if I may say, right, why do certain Singaporeans or why do Singapore firms not want to hire local? I think there's just too many different factors at play. Such as? In terms of our characteristics, our character, in terms of people will always have a comparison in terms of the local and foreigners, the overseas exposure for what they have done, the kind of experience that they have, because I've been through the traditional system in Singapore, right? I would proudly say that I'm from the Singapore factory, right? Born and bred here. That may or may not be an advantage to certain people. Sometimes the diversity of skill sets, of personality, it works for certain organizations. And I think that plays a whole part in the entire equation.
You mentioned international experience, and I think, JX, you'll have something to add to this because you have had international experience.
Yeah, and before I go there, I think I would like to reframe the question.
Yeah.
I think the question was sort of put, and just now in that discussion was like, okay, do we face a brain drain as Singaporeans leaving because there are opportunities and they're more sought after outside? I think that could be true, and maybe I think that was how the question could be framed maybe 10 years ago, but we're all global citizens nowadays. I think the question is not whether you're in Singapore or not in Singapore, and this applies not just to Singaporeans but anyone who has worked here. The question is, are you still contributing, and can you contribute even if you're out? Because if you're not in Singapore, you can always return, and that's what happened to me. I was out for 10 years and I'm back.
What made you come back?
And that's what I want to touch on actually. I feel that as companies and as Singapore, as we grow and as we grow our identity as a nation, and for the companies here, we need to have the confidence that we have something more to offer rather than just being a place. And I think that's why I think over here right now, just look at the FinTech Festival, look at the ecosystem that we've brought up. There's family, there's friends, there's stability to the country. There's a lot going for it, not just now, but in the future. So I think, again, I think that it will be far too short-sighted for us to think about, hey, are you in here, are you not in here? I think that the better question is, how can we still be contributing to not just Singapore, but the entire Southeast Asia as we grow the tech or FinTech scene here?
Okay, Gilbert, you got to jump in now because I know that you have a Job Security Council ecosystem that aims to not just help in terms of training, but also international experience for Singaporean workers. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so the Job Security Council was formed just before COVID, actually, trying to link up employers and the workforce so that within a certain skill, a certain trade, a certain profession, if one employer is a dead end for whatever reasons, you could move to the same industry. And we keep that security within the industry or within the sector or within the profession. Then COVID hit, and of course that took a completely different animal in keeping people in jobs for quite a while. And that mandate continues to be important. How do we keep someone trained within a sector to continue to be able to upgrade their skills and experience and be able to work within in the company if possible, if not in the company, within that profession or that sector or that industry. So they continue to grow. That journey of the individual, how do I grow an engineer? And sometimes, sad to say for employers, a journey of a professional usually will not be reserved to just one employer. It's a professional journey, and to gain that experience, which is what employers want, I may need to work for multiple employers across a few sectors, a few related sectors. I may need to work overseas. So the brain drain may be a result of locals taking overseas experiences to gain their exposure. And because of the tightness of labour, we see that as a brain drain in Singapore. So the Job Security Council is working hard to pull together people, giving even the young ones internships, early graduates experiences overseas so that they can feel that experience veil. And then hopefully they can grow their skills veil, and if there's a fit, they'll be a talent to an employer.
A few years ago, there were a lot of discussions about how Singaporeans don't want to go overseas. They want to play it safe, just stay in this country. Has that changed? To what extent has it changed?
So within the NTUC, we run career centres. And I think one of the common conversations, you see, the sweet spot to go overseas for an employer is someone maybe in the early 30s. Enough experience, enough to be able to lead a certain business unit and be overseas to Singaporeans say chiong. But the people in the early 30s tend not want to go overseas because they've got young kids, parents are starting to get old. So, and then the people that are interested to go overseas, one, maybe the mid-20s, fresh graduates, I've got nothing to lose, get experience overseas. And then all the above 55, my kids have grown up, don't need me anymore, my parents have maybe passed on, and then I have nothing to do, I want to go overseas. So there's a misfit, and I think the misfit continues to happen. But I do believe that misfit is starting to improve at the edges. But I think we can all do more. Whether you're an individual or an employee, we can all do more to make that experience gaining a better fit for everyone.
So let's talk about all the other skills and characteristics that a person who wants to thrive in this industry needs to have, aside from the international experience and exposure. JX, maybe you can jump in here.
Yeah, I think that where you are, that's very important. But I think practically what you can do is, I think that the most important thing is actually your interest. And do you have an interest in these emerging technologies or science or whatever? I think that the first and foremost thing is that if you're interested, I think it naturally comes out, right? Because you would talk to people, you figure out, you try to attend courses, etc. But other than the interest per se, I think other hard skills is that people always think that, oh, I need to have studied computer science or I need to have studied engineering. But I think that the point about studying that is more about the mindset rather than anything else. So it's really, how can I learn so that I can learn anything that I want to learn? And I think that skill set again ties into the fact that if I'm interested in something, I can do something, then how do I teach myself that? And I think that there's so much opportunity there. And in this space, it's not just about a very specific skill set. I think that there's so many things that you can actually do if you're interested, if you want to do that.
Can I just
go ahead first?
Yeah. So I think having clarity on where your passion lies is important. for the young ones out there, it's also very important for you to actually tell your line manager, this is where I want to go. How many Singaporeans here? Okay. Asians also quite a few, right? One of the problems that I noticed is, as Asians, right, we are very hardworking, we are very good at getting work done, right? But we don't know how to call out and be very visible and pat ourselves, right, when credit is due. And I'll tell you a story. I had a coach once, and he said out to my face, he's like, Fern, you're boring. And I got a shock. I was like, why am I boring, right? He was like, you were hired for your opinion, right? You are doing the company a disservice if you don't call out what's wrong, and if you don't actively tell the company which trajectory you want to go.
Well, I'll really get along with this guy, man.
Yeah, so you see, it still stings, right? It still stings, right? But this is my point, right? Besides finding out where your passion lies, you need to have that courage to tell your boss, I'm interested in projects. I'm interested in seeing impact. And once your line manager has clarity and oversight on what you're interested in, when the right projects come, these opportunities will naturally go your way. One of the things that I notice is everyone's very good at getting work done, but you don't know how to promote yourself. You always assume that your line manager will promote and take care of you. That's a very dangerous assumption that you cannot make. Yeah.
That's a good point. You want to add something, JX?
Yeah, I just want to add that I think that's also the big assumption that your line manager cares. I think that it takes two hands to clap, right? And I think that as much and as motivated as you can be, I think that the other problem that we also have here is that most managers don't care, and most managers don't know how to be managers. You know, I think that they just suck.
Yeah.
So in that
but
case,
I'm not like that, you see.
I'm like, aren't you guys managers in your own fields?
yeah.
Okay, so what is it that you do as a manager that's different and others should emulate?
That's a great question. I think that I assume the question was directed to me.
Yes.
But,
Go ahead.
Don't be sensitive.
But I think that I needed a lot of affirmation from my fellow panelists. But I think that the key thing, practically, right, number one, is I ask all my managers this: do you have a one-on-one regularly every week with your direct reports? And then number two, every 6 months, do you go on a career development plan and actually write that down so that you can keep yourself accountability? And then the third thing is that how often do you discuss people matters in leadership, right? If you don't allocate time to do that, then I think that never happens.
So, Paul, I want you to jump in here. He said it takes two hands to clap, and I think everyone would agree. What are companies supposed to be doing here in order to meet talent halfway? You can't just say, I want the best talent. You, number one, have to be able to attract them. And number two, retain them as well. Because you know that global competitiveness index I was talking about earlier? Apparently we did very badly when it came to talent retention. So tell me what you think.
So I'm a firm believer of when opportunity knocks, grab it. And sometimes when employers or bosses give us opportunities that are not something that we like, I'm a firm believer that I will just grab it. Just very, very quick anecdote, right? So my first overseas stint was in Vietnam, and that was in my late 20s. And I was young, so Vietnam was never my choice country. I wanted to go places like New York, Silicon Valley, London, not the emerging markets. But it was one of the best decisions I've made, and it was not something that I desired back then, but when I look back, I'm just glad that I grabbed that opportunity.
Okay, but what should companies be doing to give those opportunities and to manage talent better?
So I do agree with my panelists that understanding what your employees want or what are the desire, what is the roadmap that they are thinking of, I think that plays a part. I think that's something, if I may say, that the public sector does very well, right? In the public sector, we have this thing called the CEP, right? So you will know, right, what is your progression like, what is the maximum title that you will reach, and there is a timeline, a roadmap that has already been planned for you. I think in that regard, I do quite like that structured process. And there is a constant dialogue in every appraiser to say that, all right, where are you? Are you still on track? Oh no, you're not on track, you better buck up. So these are very hard truth, transparent conversation that happens between both the bosses and the staff.
Some experts have pointed out actually more needs to be done to define jobs in a world of uncertainties and to involve younger generations as well when it comes to policies and strategies, HR policies and strategies. What's your sense, Gilbert? How much more involved should talent be?
Yeah, so well, the jobs need workers, right? So it's important to involve the workers in structuring, in figuring out what is within the job that will attract someone. So of course the job has got two portions, that what employer wants, that can contribute to company's profitability, success, but also what the worker wants, so that the jobs will be an attractive job. So actually, if we figure out what makes your job attractive to a worker. Many of us as employers, we will figure out what we want, but we may not ask that question in the other way. And having the workers or representatives and the workers come alongside to structure that job, to plan that job, to figure out how do you organize that job, may be something that we can do together and as Singapore and our own brand of job creation that would be attractive to both the companies for their success as well as workers for their growth.
And of course, companies need to make themselves attractive to workers too. And Fern, maybe very quickly, tell us what exactly you guys did to make yourselves sexier, because you did say that nobody wants to work for a bank, they just want to work for a big flashy startup. So what did you do in terms of that branding and retention as well?
So I've got a very strong HR team. My TAs here are very good. One of the things that at least we are quite lucky, right? Because banking as a service, we sit at the cusp of financial and technology, correct? And I'm a corporate-backed venture. So why it's good is, the pitch here is, look, if you want to learn and run as fast as a tech company, we are there for you, because we are building new age technology. That's us, correct? But if you also want the comfort and the stability of a bank, that's also us, because we're corporate backed. So in terms of an employer pitch, that to me is a hygiene factor, right? One of the things that some companies may actually overlook is this whole flexi working. To me, actually post-COVID, flexi working is here to stay. I'm a working mom, so flexibility is actually very, very important to me. And I actually think it's a non-negotiable now for working moms, for working dads, and even the young generation. I'll tell you a story again. So I have a bunch of girls, right? They bought like an off-peak pass, and they're like, Fern, can we go downstairs at spin? Can we go for spin class earlier, right? And I'm like, go, right? And they were like, okay, go. And to me, why should we be watching working hours now? And why are we quibbling over 30 minutes, right? The girls go for their spin class, they come back, they're rejuvenated, they work better. And I feel like if the team is happy, business runs better, overall the culture is great, right? So to me, flexi working, a great workplace culture, these are the soft, intangible things that you need to put forth as a pitch package.
Okay, one last thing. That brings me to the next point. They are a combination of corporate and startup. And Paul, I think you have a view on this. What would your advice be to someone who's asking this question? Should I join a corporate or a startup, or a corporate startup?
I've always been in corporates. Love to join a startup. To me, it's not so much of a question of whether you're joining a corporate or startup. It's not a question of skill. I do feel that it's a question of opportunities. It's a question of where can I learn from the best. Where is the springboard to the progression or to the roadmap that I have planned for my own career.
Okay, so in closing, we really do have to wrap this up. Just a quick word from each of you on the way forward. What should talent keep in mind? What should companies keep in mind? Let's start with Paul.
I do feel that a constant, transparent dialogue is what's most important, because communication is key. And like I said, opportunity usually doesn't knock twice. So when an opportunity comes, it's not to your desire, still grab it.
And also perhaps don't just stick to the skill of the flavor of the month skill or the flavor of the month job. A lot more needs to be done in terms of experimentation and loving to learn, right? I'm sure you'd agree, JX.
Yeah, I would say just keep hustling, man. I think in both ways. It's funny because I think that the grass is always greener on the other side. So while Fern may think that no one wants to work in a bank, startups may think that, dude, no one wants to work at a startup, right? So, that's why the world exists and that's why we all have opportunities. So the only opportunity you have is to just go at it.
Okay, Gilbert.
Maybe I share the point of view that I think everything rises and falls on leadership. So if you're an employer here, as a leader, set the tone, set the direction. I think it's important. For an individual here, self-leadership. Figure out what you want in life, set your direction, set your roadmaps, and go along that journey. Leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership.
Yeah, because just as workers change and evolve, companies need to change and evolve as well. For example, someone did say earlier that you don't have to have these qualifications to get a job. Then companies need to open themselves up to looking at different types of talent, not be so married to the CV as well. I'm sure you'd agree to some extent, Fern, but I'm sure you also have more to add in terms of parting words for our audience today.
Anyone married here? Have you heard of the term happy wife, happy life? Same principle applies here, right? If you have a happy team, you have a happy work culture, your business will go great.
Okay, nicely put. And also the ones of us who are not married, maybe time to consider. Because you know what the other problem with the talent situation in Singapore is? We're not having enough babies. There's just not enough of us to populate companies here and elsewhere. Many thanks to our panelists today, Fern Lim, Gilbert Tan, JX, and Paul Ho. Thank you guys for joining us today, and thank you. You've been a wonderful audience.